So think about that. Here's General Keane pointing out that Trump understands exactly what he's doing, and he has other things that the general says he knows of, I'm sure from his insiders, that Trump plans to do once he gets the economic deal done that will strengthen Ukraine even more, which will push Putin even further away. But he can't disclose that now because, as I said, he's the mediator. This is not the disaster that everyone makes it out to be. It's just that it blew up in public. And whose fault is that? It's not Donald Trump's. It's Volodymyr Zelensky's. I'll be right back.
You're listening to The Weekend with Michael Brown.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Military Matters.
The CIA has been flying MQ-9 Reaper drones over Mexico to gather intelligence on the cartels and their fentanyl labs, continuing a secret program that was started during the Biden administration. The MQ-9 Reapers are not armed, and the program is being done in coordination with the Mexican government, according to a senior U.S. official. The intelligence is shared with the Mexican government for them to act on. In addition, U.S. Northern Command has expanded its use of military drones, the U-2 spy plane and Global Hawk, for border surveillance and to track migrants heading to the U.S. border, both by land and by sea. Unlike the CIA drones, those military surveillance planes are staying in international airspace. Border crossings are down 85% since President Trump was inaugurated. U.S. Southern Command says 170 migrants have been taken to Guantanamo Bay as part of the president's deportation efforts, far short of the 30,000 capacity that Defense Secretary Hegseth has promised. For Military Matters at the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
European leaders show support for Ukraine. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. After last week's blow-up between Presidents Trump and Zelensky at the White House, European leaders held a summit today to shore up support for Ukraine. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer hosted the gathering.
Every step I am taking is in order to preserve peace, to avoid conflict, because the safety and security of the British people is my number one duty and responsibility, and I take it very seriously.
Starmer also saying he does not see the U.S. as an unreliable ally and that Europe must continue to provide funding for Ukraine to put it in a stronger position while peace negotiations take place. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson has more from West Palm Beach, Florida, where the president is spending the weekend.
Zelensky received a warm welcome in London. Before arriving at 10 Downing Street, Zelensky showed his appreciation for the U.S., posting on X, "We are very grateful to the United States for all the support. I'm thankful to President Trump, Congress for their bipartisan support, and American people." Gratitude the Trump administration thought was lacking in Washington. Zelensky arrived at the White House to sign a mineral rights deal, but 40 minutes into an Oval Office meeting with President Trump, it went off the rails.
Prime Minister Starmer, alongside French President Emmanuel Macron, announced a joint ceasefire proposal with Ukraine to present to the United States. Crowds of protesters lined roadways Saturday near a Vermont ski resort where J.D. Vance planned a weekend vacation with his family. Many of the hundreds of demonstrators held signs in support of Ukraine, while other anti-war protesters waved Palestinian flags or signs in support of migrants' rights. Though demonstrations were planned days in advance, they were energized by that blow-up at the White House. America is listening to Fox News.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Parents, do you notice if your child is having trouble with talking, learning, or avoids eye contact and social interaction? Your child may show signs of autism. If you have a concern with your child's development, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays. Connect early for your child to receive the services they need. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services Division of Children's Wellness.
Here Friday, Pope Francis is showing improvement.
Pope Francis is still slowly improving, but from the latest information out of the Vatican press office that the clinical conditions of the Holy Father have remained stable today. Some very good news out of there. He said that he attended Holy Mass together with those who take care of him in these days. So he alternated between rest and prayer. I should also note that the Pope actually posted a message on X as well, as doctors at Gemelli Hospital continue to treat the 88-year-old Pope for double pneumonia. He's on oxygen therapy, but as I said, the more intense mechanical masks, they've stopped. He's only on the other kind of oxygen therapy.
Fox's Lauren Green. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who resigned in 2021 after sexual misconduct allegations, announcing a run for New York City mayor this weekend. Cuomo made the announcement on social media yesterday and held an in-person appearance today.
When the nation is searching for its soul, when it is divided as never before, when it's questioning our democratic values, it's questioning the very role of government, it's questioning the balance of power, New York must show the way forward and remind this country of who we are at our best.
Cuomo takes on a large field of primary opponents with low name recognitions, plus an incumbent, Mayor Eric Adams, who remains under scrutiny from critics who question his independence from President Trump. Uncertainty in the Middle East as Israel has stopped the entry of all goods and supplies into Gaza as the two sides argue over the next phase of the ceasefire. Gaza had already received more than 25,000 trucks filled with aid so far, meaning civilians of Gaza have not been left without any aid. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
Wendy's is back with a great meal deal. The 2 for $8 deal is the perfect way to satisfy both your hunger and your wallet. With this limited time offer, you don't have to compromise on flavor, quality, or savings. Whether you're tackling resolutions or you're treating yourself, Wendy's delivers double the delicious for less. Mix, match, and choose any two from the Dave's Single, Spicy, or Classic Chicken and 10-piece crispy or spicy nuggets. That's right. Pick any two for just $8 only at Wendy's.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to TakeCareAsia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Ultima. Titan. even the iconic Z. Nissan Guam wants to make up to 6 months payments on your next car, truck, or SUV. That's right, up to 6 payments on us. Or choose APR as low as 2.99%. Get pre-qualified for financing in just minutes. First timer, we've got you covered with our exclusive first-time buyer program. Don't miss the Ride of the Nissan sales event for a limited time only. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Confident. Good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Monday, the 3rd of March. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Police say a missing 13-year-old girl from Zonia is safe. Officers found her Friday evening after a search that started earlier in the day. Police and the community worked together, sharing her photo online. She had been last seen that morning at a park in Zonia. Officers classified the case as a missing person investigation instead of issuing an Amber Alert. They say certain criteria must be met for an alert, and they're still looking into the details. The Juvenile Investigation Section has taken over the case. No other information has been released, but police thank the community for its help. Meanwhile, AG Doug Moylan says he met the governor's FOIA request, but calls it an attempt to intimidate him. Moylan says his office provided over 1,300 pages of documents on hiring practices, including his brother and fiance's jobs. The governor had also asked about using her office's seal on AG billboards. Moylan says some records didn't exist, while others were included in his response. He accuses the governor of political attacks instead of addressing public needs. He also points to ongoing investigations into her administration. The governor's office hasn't responded yet. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Their services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The new Ukadu power plant is now delivering electricity, marking a major step towards stabilizing the island's grid. The first energy from the plant was synchronized with GPA's system on February 12, producing 5 megawatts. More power will be added in the coming weeks as testing continues. The plant replaces aging Cabras units and boosts capacity by 113 megawatts. After years of rolling blackouts and power shortages, GPA says Ukadu will improve reliability and lower fuel costs. Full operation is set for the end of September. Residents near the site may hear temporary noise as part of the commissioning process. And former Senator Regine Biscoli is waiting for official confirmation as the next president and CEO of GVB. The board selected her Thursday, and the hiring process is moving forward. If she accepts, she will replace Carl Gutierrez, who resigned a few months ago. Tourism leader Mark Baldiga called it a fresh start, saying Lee understands the urgency of moving quickly. GVB spokesperson Lisa Bordallo confirmed that presenting the resolution to Lee is in process. Baldiga, who chairs GVB's recovery committee, says he is optimistic about working with Lee and believes she is ready to take on the challenge. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Oh, everybody waiting for this. This is the spectacular moment that everybody's tuned in for. What's the weather going to be like on this blessed Gov Guam holiday? Although I don't understand how it can be a Gov Guam holiday. There's a guy across the street over at DPW that's doing some bush cutting. Yes, at night. On a Monday morning.
Night differential and holiday pay.
And OT, I'm sure, and double time on all of that. That's it, buddy.
Congrats,
That's the way you do that, bro. Partly sunny with highs near 86 degrees. I got east-northeast. Well, that way you can go down to Malesso and Umatic and hang out with Bada. East-northeast winds, 18 to 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as 25. So what did I say it was? Isolated showers and partly sunny skies. You remember the weather that we had yesterday?
Oh, I remember.
That weird kind of schizo weather where it was actually kind of nice.
Yeah, it reminded me of her.
And then it would rain.
Yeah.
And it would be nice again.
Yeah.
And then it would rain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody got that ex-girlfriend. Just let her watch Grease. Just let her watch Grease. Or something, romantic, and it'll be all right. Same thing for tonight. Partly cloudy in the forecast with isolated showers. Overnight low should be about 76 degrees. East-northeast winds up to 18 miles an hour, gusting as high as 22. I hear you. This guy's going, wait, this is supposed to be the dry season. Didn't Nick Delgado do a story the other day about how March is the driest month of 2024, and that's what we can expect in 2025? Do we have any idlers here?
Zelensky's dry.
Did Trump eliminate the idlers over at the National Weather
No, they
Service?
didn't fire them yet.
Okay, yeah. Mostly sunny. Oh, tomorrow, there it is. Mostly sunny with highs near 86 degrees. That's what we're looking for. Maybe some isolated showers tomorrow as well. Scattered showers tomorrow night. Mostly cloudy skies. And then we go back to partly sunny skies on Wednesday. So it might be tomorrow, might be all the groovy sunshine that you're going to be getting. With a heat index today, it's going to feel like 92 degrees, a 30% chance of rain. Rip currents, high surf warnings in effect. I don't know about we get the red flag deal going. I told you, I burned some trash last weekend. Because I could. Allegedly. Well, I was also trying to get rid of a tree.
I didn't see anything.
I was also trying to get rid of a tree, and it worked when I got out the other day. Yeah, it's just a bloody
Call me
stump.
next time.
Sunrise this morning will be at 6:36. That's it. That's all. 6:36. It's going to be happening faster as we're moving on the other side of the dateline here. 6:30 for sunset tonight. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
GTA introduces the Samsung Galaxy S25, the smartphone that redefines speed, power, and innovation. Capture every moment in stunning detail with its pro-grade camera, experience lightning-fast performance, and stay ahead with cutting-edge AI features. And for a limited time, when you activate a new line on our Live Unlimited plan, you'll get a free Galaxy Watch 7, your perfect companion for staying connected, tracking fitness, and more. Terms and conditions apply. Limited time offer. Visit gta.net for details. GTA, we start with you.
Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from March 1st to April 30th, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Portions of the program made possible by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255. It's hard to tell from Guam with the weather that we've had over the last couple of days, but we should be. Yeah, maybe it might. I don't know. You might still have a chance to go and see this. Saturn, Mercury, Neptune, Venus.
Say it, Ray.
Uranus, Jupiter, and Mars. The parade of planets is supposed to be going on.
It's an alignment?
Yes. Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter are visible to the naked eye. The other ones are a little bit far away, but mathematically they're all in a... What's that?
It's all the Sailor Scouts.
The Sailor Scouts?
From Sailor Moon.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Sailor Moon.
Oh, my God. She's hitting me. It's random kind of cosplay stuff that I'm supposed to know that I don't. The 7-planet alignment says find a place without light pollution and a clear view of the horizon. My guess is anywhere south of the beach in Agate should be good. Best time to start to look for the planets about a half hour after sunset. Don't know if this is going to be going on tonight, but it might give you an excuse to get out there and do something quasi-romantic. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you. It is Monday. Biba Mestomoro. Biba. Or wait, can I still use that lingo? Am I still capable of
Ray Gibson.
using the vernacular here in the radio? Did not Trump just sign an executive order declaring the official? There it is. the official language of the United States of America. Hard to believe that we've made it all this way without having something like that, but that's a fact of the matter. Is he signed off on the paperwork, and English is now the official language of the United States of America.
That's great.
Here comes the activist butthurt in 3,
Press 2 for English.
Yeah.
And then get India.
I wonder if it's going down.
Hello, my friend.
I wonder what the activists have got to say about all of that here on the thing. It'll be interesting to watch. If anybody's actually out there paying any kind of attention to what's been going on, for me the big deal was I woke up. I guess it was Saturday morning. Yeah. Woke up Saturday morning and immediately went to Twitter/X because I want to see just what kind of hell broke out in the middle of the night while I was fast asleep. And there's a post
surprise.
Yeah, post from Elon Musk says, "Watch this, it's important." And it was about 5 or 6 minutes of the Zelensky, Trump, Vance, and Rubio would have gotten into it a little bit more, but I think Rubio was just pissed off because he thought he had a deal. And I'm sure everybody in the room from Ukraine thought they had a deal in there. And then Zelensky started getting all pouty about, what do you mean? What do you mean, diplomacy, Mr. Vance? What do you mean diplomacy with Putin? And just would not let go. You'd think that they would have sorted all of that out. No, you have no cards.
You're playing cards.
You have no cards. You're playing with World War III. Was some of the stuff that came out of Donald J. Trump. And
like a lecture.
And I'm sitting there. There's two people in the world now. We divided the world up in two people, and the dividing line is somewhere. It's Zelensky. Is just an absolute money-grabbing fool, and we've got Trump, who now must be in love with Putin. I think that's the way the world now. The world now has divided it up, and amazing to me the number.
Riding Putin reverse cowboy.
Right. So I'm wondering how many people, all of a sudden, and they've decided to put this on Facebook. I'm looking at this is going to be. I think it's going to be like COVID time, where depending on which side of the line, the Zelensky Trump line you're on,
or at each other's throats.
Yeah, are going to be at each other's throat. There might need to be a fresh.
Well, send them to the war. Let
fresh
them
round.
get the front line.
Yeah.
Give them a rifle.
Send your own money. Don't send any more actual taxpayer money.
For that, go party on.
I want us to have so much money floating around the United States of America that even out here on Guam, in the fringes of democracy, in the fringes of our beloved republic, we will get those $5,000 checks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're still talking about that.
5Gs.
I don't know. So anyway, it's Biba Mess tomorrow, I believe, starting about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Today is when everybody needs, if you're just going to be there for the reenactment, then I think that takes place between 2 and 3. Yeah.
Chinese boaters?
No. I think this time it's going to be a reenactment of
Spanish dudes.
How we got our names, the island of Ladrones, the Islas de las Ladrones, which was in common.
We stole their hearts.
Which was in common use for several centuries. There was a time where you could send a letter. In fact, I think I might actually have this in the family archives. You might be able to send a letter to Postmaster James Holland Underwood, Postmaster Ladrones.
Oh my God!
And it would get here.
Infamous.
It would have gotten to Guam. Anyway, I wonder if we could still do that. I got to reach out to Tammy Post Office if I wanted to. Could I?
Would it still get here?
Yeah. Would it still be able to get here? Is the address somewhere along 300 North Marine Corps Drive, Tamuning, Ladrones Islands 96913.
Saety Town.
Wonder if that would still work. Hey, listen, the voices around here. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255 888-TALK is the gizmo that's out there. How was your weekend? Did you get anything done?
My kid was sick all weekend.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's going around, man. Had to take him to the doctor.
Is it the same, like the one that I had?
Congestion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight up congestion.
Did you try the one where you just kind of you put one finger in one ear and another finger in one of the kids' nostrils and then blow into the ear on the other side?
No, I tried everything, man.
Didn't work.
Steamy showers, that worked.
Yeah, that's
hot, steamy shower.
Did you put the Vicks in his nose?
No. God, I think that's cruel and unusual. Right?
No. That's how. That's
how they did it to us.
That's exactly right.
Okay, but those were different times.
The grandma would rub the Vicks on our chest, and just for good measure, put some in the nose.
Right? On the feet, put
just
the
let that
socks
menthol
on.
burn. God, that was awesome. But anyway, put it in with
that was my weekend, bro.
Put it with the feet, and then put the socks on.
That's I swear
Yeah.
to God, that's a thing, right?
It is.
Or am I talking my way out of the Father of the Year award? I got a note from my daughter this morning.
Nice.
Yeah.
How's it going over there in the SF?
Well, she's not going to be in the SF for a little bit because spring break is coming up.
Oh, yeah.
For my my young lass
Where are
at
we
the
going?
University of
Cancun?
San Francisco. What?
Cancun? Yeah.
That's
the spot.
I don't know why, but
Or is it Miami?
It's Atlanta, Georgia for some reason.
Georgia.
I'm going, all right, maybe it is going to be somewhere else, and she's just telling me it's going to be Atlanta. I don't
That's
know.
cool. That's a hot spot.
But it was like, oh, well, that's neat. I don't need to lecture you about being careful, right? She says, no, but you can send money. And it occurred to me, that's my girl.
So smart.
But it occurred to me as I'm fumbling around for a decent response to the "you can send me money" thing. I don't know how to send money to somebody that doesn't live here.
Yeah.
I mean, if I owed you money, I'd like bring it to you, bang on the door at the house, and say,
Yeah,
"Hey,
what's
Joe,
your Cash App,
I'm
man?"
here." Yeah. But apparently,
Use Viber.
Yeah. So she's like says something about Venmo, and somebody online's going to tell me.
Yeah, they're doing that now.
Whether or
in
not
States.
is it
Venmo.
Yeah, that's how you
Vegas.
Yeah, but isn't that well? It's not a Guam thing. It's not
No,
it's
it's
not a
not.
Guam thing. That's the deal. Donna Dean knows all about Guam things.
Oh,
What
Donna
about
Dean.
you? Oh, don't ask Donna about
She
the
uses
weekend. She's like
MoneyGram.
crazy busy weekend from one end to the other, including the Tumon Bay Music Festival and all the other activities. Is there still Tumon Bay Music Festival stuff tonight? Today?
Oh, yeah. It's at the Hyatt tonight and tomorrow night for the bands and orchestras.
And you know what? Even as busy as the last week was, and the weekend that everybody just kind of maybe still is enduring, is the amount of stuff that's coming up over the next couple of days. Maybe over the weekend you got a little bit crazy. You know, kind of you want to dig up the door over at the Tuba Lounge down in Tumon. Something like what? No,
March
no. They got a
Madness.
couple. They got a couple of guys. A couple of more guys were arrested for breaking
tunneling?
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they tunneled.
Are they Mexican, Ray?
No. Not that I'm aware of. But anyway,
Was it
so
Sanchez?
they wanted more booze, but the place was closed, so they tunneled under the door, like the like a garage door thing that they've got.
Honey badger.
Yeah, and
Way to
unfortunately, they stole about $100, or they drank about $100 worth of booze. But the crazy thing was, they also destroyed the door.
Yeah, that's a bummer, man.
To the tune of about $7,000.
Are they Marines, Ray?
That'll take on Marine salary. That will take them about 30 years to pay off.
We should cover that, man.
6:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All kinds of stuff in my head, but I was saying about how crazy busy over the next couple of days that we're going to have. So crazy weekend because maybe it was the last of the goofing off before Ash Wednesday, which is Wednesday this week. I love Whopper Wednesday and Ash Wednesday, and you might need to reconcile that in your head by either getting the fish sandwich
Get
or
it on, baby.
the Whopper. The Impossible Whopper. That's what you do. But anyway, so you got that. It's going to be Charter Day at the University of Guam.
Oh, party time, Blue Night. Blue
Yeah,
Night.
which is I have no
it's
details
not like
on Blue
that
Night
anymore, huh?
Well, they brought it back.
Yeah.
But I
Toga
don't,
party, baby.
I don't know. Anyway, so and then everybody in the government of Guam is going to be getting ready. They're all going to be drafting up copies for Governor Lulian Guerrero and her State of the Island address that's coming up on, I believe, the 12th. I'll get you details on all of that kind of stuff here as the program continues. 624 888-8255-888-TALK. We've already delegated Real Joe to that. Meme Machine is online here this morning, and among the crazy things in the Meme Machine is a new finding by Keena McCausland up in the upper left-hand corner of the United States of America, where they get all of the snacks. Not like Guam. We got like 5 different kinds of chips that we can get on Guam.
Yeah, we're not
and
privy
that's
to
like
that,
it.
man.
But in states now. And I think she said she got this at not a Ross or something, but at one of the different stores. Vlasic.
Oh, wow.
Dill pickle corn puffs. They're called pickle balls.
Calm down, Donna.
Dill pickle corn puffs she's like, do you have this on Guam yet?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm going,
we got the spicy one.
If we do, it's on base. That's all I'm going to say. Because, the wholesalers don't bring out a whole bunch of all of the other different flavors that they can get. I don't know. Maybe it's a Jones Act thing. Maybe it's just, restrictions on just what can be put in all of these containers that bring chips to us from stateside. But I don't think we're going to get this here on Guam. And if we do, it will show up at on the exchange and the commissaries before anybody else gets that. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines all morning long. I'm sorry, I forgot. If you would like to send goodies to us, your pickleball pictures to 797-8255, and that's how things like this can get up on the screen. 625. I don't know if you can tell, but she's already opened the bag. You can see it on the screen. There's an entire
looks like
corner.
She bit it.
There's been,
like she bit the bag open.
Bro, when your mouth is lonely and all you can think of is I want something crunchy and sour. Where are you going to be able to find something like that? And if you're, like I said, if your states of Vlasic pickleballs, they're out there and available. Donna D with news and headlines for us all morning long. So be on the list. And if you're wondering if there's anything going on here on Guam, might be a couple of things in the table of contents that we can go over. And if you're looking for something to celebrate, lower gas prices.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you noticed. What happened was there was a big earthquake yesterday, 5.3, and it caused the price of gasoline to tumble. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But there it is. There's something worth celebrating, and now you can afford to get into the car, put some gasoline in it, and drive all the way down south for the Mess Tomorrow celebration. 6:26 in the morning. We say good morning to all of these celebrants.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Not bad, not bad. Looking at the crowd size here this morning, and frankly, could be smaller. With the holiday that some people are on, or the fact that there's a whole lot of people watching in a bunch of different video feeds here. We start with, Big Man Rico Bankaflor. Not quite, but close. Bunker got Bunker Menno in the mix already. Henry Manglotnia, Buenas and half a day to Bandit. D. Wayne Santos looks like Gerald Young's hanging out. Rico says Zelensky is a dictator. So you know what?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's the problem.
I liked Zelensky for about 20 minutes in the beginning of the whole invasion thing, and here's this guy, background
tiny little dude,
entertainer, right? Entertainer, little squatty body kind of guy. And he gets out there, and first thing he does, he goes and buys all of the 511 gear that they've got at Bargain Tactical. I need that in black and gray and brown. How many different colored greens do you have on that? He got rid of the rest of his entire wardrobe.
Low drag.
And then it was just we don't really know how this war is going to end, but he was able to get Biden to keep giving him hundreds and hundreds and billions of dollars.
Oh, with a B.
Yeah. And now he tries to come to the United States of America, and he knows he's going to have to make a deal with Trump, and then he flies off the handle in this meeting. So there is not going to be
wild.
There's not going and
crazy.
They're counting strikes on Axios. They're counting strikes and saying the third strike was the dust up in the room, right? The second strike, this is true, literally. He was asked to wear a suit.
Yeah,
he was asked to wear a suit, and he didn't. And when he finally drove up to the White House, there's Donald Trump waiting for the guy to show up, and then he
started roasting him.
Oh, yeah, dressed up for it, huh?
and look at this guy.
Even
dressed up.
Even one of the journalists picked on him in a thing, and I think that caused him embarrassment, and that might have led to what the dust up. There's a disagreement on what strike one was, but my guess is strike one might have been when he came and an election interfered and actually stumped for Joe Biden during the president what's her name, Kamala Harris during the presidential race. So it might be a whole lot of that. I don't know if he's smart enough to be a dictator. Anyway,
Who else is there? Big Man Rico, Dwayne, Dennis Larson, B-Man Dennis Larson. And this could be the last of the Ray Gibson Show appearances while they're actually here. They're supposed to be, I understand, leaving today and then heading off to Italia. And he said, if any of us are ever in Italy and if we can find his house, ask Joe.
Stay away.
Joe knows where it is.
Stay away.
Adios, Guam.
Don't
all
check me.
All checked in, and we're out of here, says
I
B-Man.
love you guys, man.
Rico says, Trump's stance on the war has always been he wants the dying to stop. He wants peace. Progressive warmongers want World War III. Thank you very much. Who else is there? Stephen Blake?
Real guy.
But we're all strong because
That's a morning guy.
We're all strong because of Eric Chong saying Gov Guam holiday. Of a day to Elena Garcia. There's Keena saying good afternoon from Vancouver, Washington. Already talking about you, girl.
Show off.
Ruben Mortera online. I got some guys in Washington, and Keena, I'm going to see if I can hook you up with one or two of them.
Yeah.
They want to have kind of their own liberation festivities. And I'm like, okay, well,
sounds like a potluck.
How do I help? And they said, as soon as the mayors come out with the theme for liberation, let me know. I said, okay, can do. He says, oh yeah, and if you guys got any spare money that you can send, so that we can, people from Guam going to sponsor the people having in Washington State having their thing. I said, bro, I don't know, man. Money's kind of tight around here, but God bless you for asking. There's Henry Manglonia, Pat Saho saying good morning. Nice to see that name back up on the screen. Scott K. Armstrong, Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, hanging out with us.
Morning, Your Highness.
Good to have you there. F. Ramos is on. Dave Duenas, Buenos Enough Day 2. Let me see. It's doing that thing again where it's going to tell me incessantly that Rico Blancaflor is watching. I know Facebook. I get it. Jose Martinez says those who stand for Ukraine are the same who have historically fought the deep state. Talk about puppets. Their deep-seated hate for Trump supports more death for both Ukrainians and Russians. Brennan Fausto, Ed Bandit calling par. Nice to see Linda Gabriel out there. Peter Santos.
Hey, what's up, guy? You still in Vegas?
I don't know. He says, Biba tomorrow. He might be back. I don't know. Hey, wouldn't it be crazy if he came back from Vegas?
And they were on the same flight?
Same flight with Doug Moylan.
You guys sit next to each other.
No, you're both from Guam, right? We'll put you together.
You share the peanuts. Come
on. Latest Rogan episode with Elon is fascinating. I like Rogan, but I can't watch him as long as everybody else does. It took everything for me to be able to watch the entire 49 or 50-minute version of the Zelensky-Trump-Vance dust-up at the White House. Took me a while to get through all of that stuff. So I don't know about watching a show where basically I don't know either of the guys. F. Ramos online, Jerome McDonald. Margaret Estacchio watching the program. Nice to see you. Says, good morning from Jerome. What's that? F. Ramos, maybe the landscaper is a contract vendor at DPW, LOL. Possible, F. Ramos.
What?
Do they have... Does DPW have contract vendors? He's responding to my statement about it's interesting at 5 o'clock in the morning to hear a bush cutter going off across the way over at DPW because it's number one a holiday and number two bush cutting is generally something that I do during the day so I can actually see what it is that I'm cutting.
No, come on.
But maybe the guy's got those super southern. Maybe he's got those super southern mountain gear, headlamps on, where you can see
that's all you need, man.
Duplicates the rays of the sun, and it's cooler, and it's
right. It's not hot,
and it's night differential,
yeah,
and it's holiday pay, and maybe OT. So I don't know.
Drug test.
That's what I'm saying. Nick Nichols saying, "Well, Algozamas to the point, peeps," but in Japanese. Rico, all right, what do we got here? Nazi racist Putin, Elon on Rogan. Progressive nuts continue to use these derogatory terms against him and Trump. We'll both get them matayed. Who else is playing around? I got Simon Sanchez celebrating thousands of years in Guam. Biba. Half a day to Glenn Hunter.
Hey, what's up, Saipan?
Hey, they're Miss Chamorro up there.
Yeah.
It
started a week ago, man.
Yeah, I think they still spell it the old way. CHAMORRO.
Saturday.
Let me see. Margaret Estacchio watching. I got Johnny Muffness off a day.
Not that one.
I want to hear him sing the Guam hymn. In Saipanese, those who support this clown. Oh, it's Ismail. He's chimed in.
Oh, there he is, man.
Those who support this clown need to look at Kvartal 95, the psyops known as Servant of the People, and his ties to Soros and Kolomoisky. Okay, send me the cliff notes
this
on that.
started way back, bro.
Ken Augustin, mañana, buenas and day to the Christine Oliver. Viva mes tomorrow, enjoy the Christine Oliver. Enjoy. Oops.
Oh, yeah, enjoy the Christine Oliver.
Yeah, that's the way it's written. That's the way it looks. Enjoy
We
the
enjoy
Christine
you.
Oliver. Okay. All right, so still got some frisky in the daytime. That's nice. Back to the grind, says the Christine. Stephen lives Amaguin online. Let me see. There's Margaret Estacio. Dave Herrera, Viva Ladrones. Who really ladron 1/3 of Guam before and after World War II. Magahit team the point. Bill 27-38 should be renamed disregarding public safety. Okay, wait, I'm going to get through that one here. It looks like it's going to go a little bit long. Mr. We the People says, Viva tomorrow, speaking tomorrow again. Have a day to,
Oh, yeah, that was English, bro.
Well, yeah, I know. I translate it. Alpha Day.
Oh, nice.
Tammy Pangolina. There's a whole lot of names now. I got to scooch down because everybody looks like they're repeating. Jack Lammer is online. Good to see you there, Jack. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Making everybody smile and dance. Favorite guy artist, Ron Castro online. They got Dona Mila Martinez, Michelle Conception. Alpha Day to Richard V. Leon. Says Governor Ludes is a messy tomorrow joke.
Wow, man.
All right.
That's not like you, man.
Going hard early.
Did you get hacked?
I don't know. Wanderlust Divers Guam says morning, Ray and gang. There's Brittany Tollefson saying good morning.
Hey, good morning, Britt.
She's posting about her love for chickens and the fact that the woman needs not pay for eggs.
Yeah.
She got them all over the place.
Flex these days,
that
for
is
sure.
That is the flex these days, bro. Let me see. What's that? Ismail is chiming in some more. I don't care about Ukraine and Russia fighting a border conflict when the United States and Russia share a maritime border in the Bering Strait. We are closer to Russia than we are to Ukraine. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're tight, man.
But
I don't care.
I don't want to have a war with anybody. I think
Nobody.
I like being able to sleep all the way through the night and not wondering what was that bright flash and loud noise.
Yeah, dead bodies is not cool.
That I heard coming from Anderson Air Force Base. Ken Augustin online, Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsutu, Biba Heritage Day, and thank you very much. Hope everybody's going to enjoy a spectacular day off here. Elizabeth says, I love fresh eggs. I love too.
Wow.
I love too. I went and got myself
What a
a
reveal.
18-pack of eggs over at Payless the other night because I was
You went big, huh?
Oh yeah,
You're buying in bulk.
dude. I'm
It's
trying.
slightly cheaper.
It's like if you buy it early because you never know where the price is going to be going up. No, there's a story
Yeah.
that says that the price of eggs going to be going up 41% in 2025. And it all has to do with the fact that since the beginning of 2025, more than 30 million egg-laying hens have been culled. And as Tom Poole has mentioned more than once, this is not the way that we handle a crisis in the egg-laying community. We've got to figure out something smarter than incentivizing farmers to go ahead and kill, egg-laying hens in the millions. In the high millions. And that's what's driving the cost up. And then there's other voices that say they're treating this like they did the stupid COVID-19. Let people get it. Let it spread around a little bit. We'll get some herd immunity, and maybe we won't have to worry about this bird flu that everybody is talking about these days, which hasn't really crossed over into the human population. They say, well, somebody died from it somewhere. It's an ancient person with comorbidities picked up a flu, and maybe there was a connection that was made elsewhere. It's not the cause, I think, for the kind of crazy panic that we've got with eggs. Anyway, 6:38 in the morning. Quick look at the guys that are playing around on the YouTube side. Let me see Rudy Rodolfo over here. Joe Takai, who's your big daddy? 06 and Buenas. Good to see James Bondo. Listening, will it be a dry day? I thought we were in dry season. Big man Rico over here. Kitsutu and Conus checking in from stateside. Says, B-Man says Facebook is messed up. I didn't do it. Rudy Magallanes is online.
Ray, you have a delay on the YouTube feed. It looks like you are making old kung fu movies. Well, maybe this is an old kung fu movie. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. There might be a couple of things that need to get reset around here, and just inside radio stuff is if you were listening for a little bit on Saturday, you might have heard us go dark completely, and the reason why we had to do that, we had to go dark, was because we had to bring the power down in the entire radio station, the entire building. That's all feeds in and out. All of the electricity in and out, and the reason why we did that was we have made an upgrade to the radio station. We now have a UPS. It's like it's a battery system basically. So we got GPA, and when GPA goes out, then the generator goes on. But in that 4 or 5 seconds that the generator takes to go on,
gap.
Yeah. So we close the gap. We've got now a big battery system that will keep everything running. Knock on wood.
All for you.
Yes, until the generator kicks in and then takes over for GPA. Not saying that we're going to have any problems with the power, but rainy season, gets windy. We got all of the stuff. We got the salt that's up on the gizmos up on the top of the utility poles there that buzz in the middle of the night. And I don't know, maybe something is going to short here like it did in Parisville last week. Anyway, 6:40 in the morning. Lots and lots on the table of contents, and I haven't blown through the majority of it yet. We got to find out what's going on now with news and headlines from Donna D. Are you ready for your close-up?
Yeah.
All right, here it comes. What's going on?
39-year-old John Lanata, a suspect wanted in connection with an assault and family violence investigation, is now in custody. GPD spokesperson Berlin Savella confirmed that Lanata self-surrendered to U.S. Marshals at Superior Court around 2:30 Friday afternoon. Authorities had previously asked for the public's help in locating him. No further details about the investigation have been released. Meanwhile, Maya's restaurant in Derido had its sanitary permit suspended after a cockroach infestation was discovered. Public health cited the restaurant for several issues, including improper hand washing by an employee and food contamination risks. The restaurant must address these violations before reopening. Public health is working with the business on necessary improvements. And March is the driest month of the year, and wildfire risks are high. Meteorologist Landon Eidlet says recent rain was only temporary relief. Dry conditions and gusty winds make fires spread quickly. He warns that all local wildfires are human-caused. Experts urge residents to avoid outdoor burning and be careful with open flames. And those are your local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
They just said avoid outdoor burning? Avoid outdoor burning. Okay, that's different. Yeah, you get medication every once in a while. It says avoid alcohol is different than don't take with alcohol. I think there's some significant
suggestions.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, 6:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. So what did that Maya's place got shut down because somebody improperly washed their hands? Yeah. Sorry. How do you get to be working age here on Guam without knowing how to wash your hands? How did you survive COVID without knowing how to wash your hands? Weren't there little primers that we did? Even the governor did a stand up in front of the nurses where she was talking about wash your hands and then
sing happy birthday,
happy
baby.
birthday, or row your boat or something like that while you're washing your hands. Oh my God,
staying alive.
It's 6:42. Although I will say that there's. It's okay, Donna. I will say, though, that now that they're closed, I just want to know, because usually the places that get shut down are like village favorites. They're like, oh, my God, I go there all the time. That was my favorite one.
That's a spot.
Didn't they have this, like the Vietnamese Thai restaurant place? They had different numbers for them. I can't remember the first names of the business, but they all had different numbers, and they got shut down for something. And all I remember is all over Facebook people saying, "Yeah, but I like it there. Really, the food's good. It's affordable. Service is great. Just make sure that they wash their hands properly." I guess 6:43 in the morning. I am absolutely delighted. And he's one of our most watchable senators in the 38th Guam legislature. Yeah. I'm talking about my buddy Will Parkinson, my neighbor, Will Parkinson, and he's just one of those guys. You love him for some of the legislation that he's got out there. In fact, all my 2A guys, except for Stephen Lins, are generally in agreement about the noise suppression legislation that he's moved forward over at the legislature. I know that there's still some people that are still like crazy pissed off, hair on fire, mad because of, quote, the gesture with now former Senator Joanne Brown over at the legislature. And maybe there were a couple of other other steps that he had taken that were steps too far for among some of our listeners here at the radio station. But he is moving forward and has proposed legislation that I have been asking for for decades, for as long as I've been in talk radio. I've been suggesting that there needs to be a holiday on the business privilege tax for things like food, medicine.
Ding, 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 ding.
We got baby stuff.
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, Will Parkinson now has introduced Bill number 71-38. Which would indefinitely suspend the business privilege tax on baby products, feminine hygiene products, food, incontinence products,
I'm for that.
medical devices, and medicine, and to cite the act as the Guam Crisis Readiness and Economic Relief Act of 2025, to which I say thank you very much. I've been asking for this, and maybe I put too much faith in my Republican friends, because I've been asking my Republican friends to do something about this forever. Now you can play ruckus saying forever. But it takes a Democrat now to come out and say the people of Guam, the government of Guam, need not make any dough off of requirements for people to be able to live a healthy and sanitary life. And I'm absolutely delighted in that, and will fawn all over Will Parkinson until he steps in a puddle again. I don't know. It's one of those things. You know, he's attaboys and aw shucks, and so today is an attaboy day for Senator Will Parkinson. At 6:46 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, we might chat with him and a few others as the program continues. We'll get around to doing some of that after these.
76 Circle K introduces My Rewards 2.0, the loyalty program you love made even better. Save 5 cents per gallon every day just for being a member. Earn 1 point for every dollar you spend on fuel or store purchases. Plus, get 5 bonus points for every gallon when you purchase mid-grade or premium fuel. Redeeming points for big savings like up to 75 cents off per gallon or $20 gift certificates. Plus, enjoy exclusive club rewards, free hot dogs, coffee, and more. Download the My Rewards app today from the App Store or Google Play. 76 Circle K My Rewards 2.0. Better rewards, bigger savings.
Craving a taste of island elegance? Indulge in our new lamb dishes at Mescla Bistro. Try the tuba lamb chops, infused with the tangy zest of tuba vinegar. Herbs served with a truffle-infused finadeni demi-glace and seasonal vegetables. Or enjoy our decadent pistachio rack of lamb, seasoned with aromatic pistachio nuts, served with a rich black cherry compote and a medley of seasonal vegetables. Visit us at mesclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
I'm going to have to get in there and find out what a compote is. I don't know how I got to be 62 years old without learning that particular piece of culinary vernacular. All right, what have I got here? 6:47, our first look at what's going on the roadways here this morning. And as you might imagine, I'm surprised there's anybody on the road at all. With stiffs in the private sector that aren't taking the day off. Looks like most of the government of Guam is going to be getting that off. Schools are off. Even the Taiwan consulate office is closed this morning. I know that's not the name of it, but it's easy for me to remember. A little bit of traffic getting into Anderson Air Force Base and getting off of the of that roadway as well, off of Route 9, meeting up with 1. Tiny bit of traffic up around the looks like the Teeth and Zim area, maybe Gain. Got some activities taking place. Southbound Marine Corps Drive empty all the way until the intersection of 1 and 3. Tiny bit of traffic coming off of that roadway, and nothing over at the Micronesia Mall intersection. You'll get south from there all the way to 8, 10, and 16, and that's looking pretty sweet. Let me see. Is there anything else from there that you need to worry about? Hardly any traffic on Route 8. Route 4 has a little bit of traffic, and I'm starting to see there's something going on. Looks like over in my mind, not too far away from the Department of Corrections, a little bit of a tangle on the other side of the intersection of 10 and 15 on the Price Elementary side. Not sure what that is. Also seeing a little bit of slower than normal traffic heading towards the Cost You Less on Route 4. Inbound traffic into the downtown Agutnia area, Route 4 is looking pretty clean here. Downtown Agutnia all the way to Adelup. Tiny bit of traffic over at that intersection, and as usual, we got a little bit of traffic just before you get to the port area. Is it Port Police looking for heavy-footed drivers?
Yeah,
Could be
Get
something like that going on. Anyway, southbound from there, looking pretty good. 6:49 in the morning, we'll let you know what the weather's going to be looking like right after these.
Celebrating the 176th year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S. flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
The strongest connections are built on the best network. Docomo Pacific has you covered with business fiber internet speeds up to 5 gigs and hybrid fiber internet speeds up to 200 megabits per second. Transform your business connectivity with fast, reliable, and affordable fiber solutions. And the best part, you can save even more when you bundle DTV and mole services. Visit business.docomopacific.com/fiber for everyone to learn more. Some conditions apply.
More of my voice in the commercials. Yay. What is this? It says here, Wendy's is back with a great meal deal. The 2 for $8 deal. Perfect way to satisfy both your hunger and your wallet. Yeah, after this, you'll have money left over for eggs. Mix, match, and choose any 2 from the Dave's single, spicy, or classic chicken and 10-piece nuggets. That's right. Pick any 2 for just $8 only at Wendy's.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Minutes away from the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. Fox News Live coming up. We'll get more details on the dust up with Zelensky, how the Pope is doing. I've got that terrible feeling that we might need to start making mental and religious, spiritual preparations for a new Pope. And Landon, now do we have both islets on the island back, or are they not allowed to travel together? Right?
Yeah, only one.
Landon Islet from the National Weather Service joining us now on the point. Buenas and half a day, Landon. How you doing?
Today, Ray and Joe and Donna. Actually, both of us are back on the island. We arrived late Friday night and early Saturday morning, respectively. We took different flights and different routes, and we're all back in one piece.
Who got the fun route?
Well, it depends on what you mean by fun.
For me personally, the one that stops in Japan. I like the one that stops in Japan because you're coming from states, and when you land the plane in Japan, even if you're just going to be hanging out at the airport, it still feels cool because you're like in a different country. You know what I mean? It feels
it's
like
a whole lot better.
Yeah, it feels like you've been traveling.
Yeah, it feels better. It's a smoother process than if you're going through Hawaii, and plus it's cooler. And so I know Brandon traveled with our VIP guest who is also on the island, and they went outside of the customs and immigration to get a passport stamp and went up to the mall for some food. So he is on island with us as well. And we'll probably have him in the studio probably in the next week or two if y'all are interested.
Oh, definitely. What, like a big shot?
Oh, it's a big shot.
From NOAA?
No, it's a big shot from the Idlet clan.
Oh. I'll wait. I want to be totally surprised when it happens. Anyway, 6:52 in the morning, and even though we tried to do our best to fulfill the roles of being able to provide news information, weather information, especially into big weekend like the one that we did, but we just not equal to the Idlet task. All we had was the printouts from the National Weather Service, and of course the satellite imagery. The radar still broke while you guys are out. So it's kind of hard to tell what's coming or what's going. But we are in the northern big chunk of snotty, soggy weather to the south, and I was kind of hoping it would be moving through here faster, but it's not. In fact, it looks like it's paused, right next to the islands.
That's exactly it. That's that shear line that really punched through the area and dropped down south of Guam. And it's just been meandering for the better part of a week. And it's just kept those gusty winds, the high seas and surf, and the showers over the islands for the better part of a week. And so that rainfall deficit we had since January 1st, we have wiped that out completely. We're now running with a rainfall surplus.
Wow.
So that's certainly good news. We were looking at the increasing risks of wildfires a week and 2 weeks ago. Wrote in the PDN column last week about the wildfire threat, and of course, it's been nonstop rain ever since.
Of course.
And so March, yeah, that's exactly how it works. And so that's the best way to improve weather conditions is to talk about it.
Yeah.
And so significant rainfall, several windage days measured at the office and others across the islands. That's a nice soaking rain. It didn't fall all at once. It's nice and soaking into the ground. So a lot of it did not go to runoff. So that is certainly good news. That'll delay our wildfire season. But of course, March is climatologically the driest month of the year. But right now, March is in a big surplus.
Well, I'm not going to complain about that because for all of the reasons that you highlighted, hoping though to be able to get some grill marks in the next couple of days. I sorely missed that over the weekend, and so I'm kind of hoping that maybe there will be some here on this particular holiday Monday. I'll take a little bit of a holiday break later in the day. You are in the weather report that I was given this morning. Have an opportunity for mostly sunny skies for tomorrow, but returning to partly sunny skies by Wednesday. That's just because
Correct.
of this trough?
So we'll probably get a little bit of cluster of another shear line fragment coming over Tuesday night into Wednesday. And so that's going to be a little uptick in showers by midweek, but it's going to be rather improved today and tomorrow compared to the last several days as that shear line has largely weakened and fractured. And so it's going to be more sun and fewer showers, but that wind is going to be there as well as the hazardous seas and surf. So do keep that in mind if you're anywhere near the waters, near the beach. Those seas and surf are still cranking.
Well, we lost a life last week. Somebody pulled from the water. There's not much that they could do by the time they got him out. 6:50, and it's just such a sad story.
It always is.
Well, no, it's the family came looking for him because he wanted to get one last dip in the ocean. They were checking out and getting ready to go to the airport. And apparently this guy wanted just one more dip in the ocean and passed away. And I'm not 1,000% sure on what the details involving the death were, whether there was something other than the drowning that took place. Yeah. But yes, it's dangerous out there. So be very, very careful of and don't turn your back on it. Don't do one of those things. Oh, I'm born and raised here. I know how to swim, because you never know what that current is going to do to you once you get out there. 6:56 and change. And then one of the other opportunities to work with the National Weather Service and the NOAA is to try to sort out, what's going on here with the geology of the island. I was already on Facebook. I was on Facebook when the house began to shake, and as soon as it subsided, I typed in my one-word notice to everybody: quake. And then I'd refresh to see who else was able to get theirs in almost exactly. I think it was still shaking a little bit while people started to type in earthquake notices on the social media. So what's up with that? Anything?
There's nothing really up with that. It's just a typical small tremor that we have in the islands. Of course, that was pretty close to our eastern shore, and it was fairly strong at 5.3. We have a lot of 3-point-something magnitudes and 4-point-something, but this is a 5.3. And so many people across the island did feel it, and I did get written report from Saipan that they also felt it all the way up in Saipan. And so that was a good little trembler to get your day started. And of course, at the Tumon Bay Music Festival, they had the Jazz Rock and Beyond Festival at Palm Beach yesterday. So what better way to kick off a rock and roll festival than with the earthquake?
Exactly. I heard it. I could hear there was a strange sound, different sounds in the house than just me and the cat and the radio in the kitchen. And I said, I think we're going to have ourselves an earthquake. And sure enough, here it comes. It starts to swim a little bit on the couch. Gave a couple of big jolts, and I said, well, I think maybe that's about it for now. Thank you very much. And sure enough, it tapered off at the end. So I've got to keep the earthquake shutters up for a couple more days, just in case. I think 6:58 and
shutters.
So one last thing. I mean, there's a lot of questions that are floating around. The Trump Doge and Elon Musk and all of those kinds of things. And you never know from one day to the next. What's going to be happening in your departments and agencies and outside of DEI things that you are aware of. Have there been any other major cuts or adjustments made to the National Weather Service and NOAA?
There are a number of cuts on Thursday and Friday across NOAA, and left between 800 and 1,000 NOAA employees that were cut in the first wave. And so we're all on the edge of our seats. I won't go into any more detail on that, but we're on the edge of the seats as federal employees that we're all being looked at by DOGE. And so My statement to our office and our staff is, the weather never stops and our mission continues, and so we should stay focused on the mission, and do our best to serve the public.
Well, I just want to make sure that nothing happens to it's not like
to Brandon.
We're not. We're not the biggest, federal government stuff here on Guam. We are in Typhoon Alley. We know that, and there's significant money that is being spent so that guys with admiral in their name or general in their name have access to the latest and greatest weather advice from professionals like you. I would hope that would be sufficient to carve out some kind of an exemption for Guam, given the nature of the investments that have been made here and the people.
Yeah. The more help we can get, the better. And I will say regarding that email that was sent out initially that you resign to get that deferred resignation, I thought about getting on Brandon's computer when he was in the bathroom and just resign to see if it was true. But I never got the chance.
Oh, my God. It's 7 o'clock. I got to let you go, buddy. Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service and now Fox News on the Point.
In history, I'm Daria Albinger, Fox News. That from Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the UK, who says Europe and its allies know what they must do to end Russia's war with Ukraine.
Those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting.
The UK, France, and Ukraine drawing up a security plan, but they say they will need help from the U.S. if they're going to be successful. Ukrainian leader Zelensky met privately yesterday with Starmer a day after the blow-up in the White House, meeting with President Trump. Israel has cut off aid in Gaza in response to pressure from Hamas to accept a new ceasefire proposal.
It is a tricky and a dangerous time here right now. Phase 1 of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas has finished, but Phase 2 has yet to be agreed to. Instead, Israel is offering an extension of Phase 1, which would see the immediate release of half of the remaining hostages held by Hamas. But with Jerusalem not offering a lot in return, like an Israeli military pullback. Hamas is rejecting the offer, calling it blackmail, as Israel responded with that complete cutoff of humanitarian aid to Gaza. That aid had been flowing to the desperate people there during Phase 1 of the accord.
That's Fox's Greg Palkut in Tel Aviv. The Vatican says Pope Francis is resting after several tough days, including a bronchial spasm, which required him to undergo a non-invasive procedure to restore his breathing. The pontiff, they say, have been alert and responsive, even attended Mass today. America is listening to Fox News.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
North Korea is paying close attention to the latest unitary military movements.
The U.S. aircraft carrier Carl Vinson and its strike group has arrived at the South Korean port of Busan, a show of force days after North Korea test-launched cruise missiles to demonstrate its counterattack capabilities. The deployment meant to display a solid U.S.-South Korean military alliance in the face of North Korean threats, but it is expected to infuriate Pyongyang, which views U.S. military assets as major security threats. North Korea has responded in the past with missile tests. President Trump has said he'll reach out to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to revive diplomacy, but experts say Kim likely won't accept Trump's overture anytime soon, as he's now focusing on his support of Russia's war against Ukraine. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
He'd been mentioned as a possible Democratic presidential nominee at one point. Now, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is looking at a new job.
Cuomo made the official announcement on social media Saturday and then held an in-person appearance and rally on Sunday, during which he reflected on his past mistakes and troubles.
You hit a tough spot in life, which is inevitable, that something is going to happen. And you hit that tough spot, and you know what? Then you really find out who your friends are.
Cuomo also criticized the administration of current Mayor Eric Adams for cutting police funding, leading to a rise in crime.
It created a city in chaos.
Adams recently had corruption charges against him dismissed by the Department of Justice. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Former Governor Cuomo says he wants to be mayor of New York City. Harrison Ford has bowed out as a presenter at tonight's Academy Awards. The 82-year-old actor has been diagnosed with shingles. That's a painful rash illness which can lead to complications like long-term nerve pain or even vision loss. I'm Daria Aldinger. This is Fox News.
Celebrating the 176-year anniversary of American President Lines, APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S.-flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and are here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL, global presence with a local home.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Just in time for Lent. It's our new fiery BK Big Fish sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded in panko, topped with a fiery glazed sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Make it a combo meal with french fries, onion rings, or halfsies, and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Aganya, Dumont Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Have an amazing day. You rule.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. Attorneys in the clergy sex abuse and defamation cases against former Archbishop Anthony Apparon are asking for more time to finalize deposition schedules. At a hearing on Thursday, defense attorney Jacqueline Taitino Terlahi cited personal matters and an unavailable expert witness as a reason for the delay. The court is moving forward with the case, with hearings set for today and 2 more in the next couple of weeks, with jury trials scheduled for September and October. The court has also set deadlines for filing discovery motions by the end of April. Both parties are encouraged to collaborate to resolve issues without further delays. Meanwhile, the University of Guam is facing a financial crisis and may run out of funds by July unless lawmakers approve $5.7 million for staff wages. Senator Vince Borja says the university's budget shortfall is around $11 million after receiving less funding than requested. UOG has had to delay capital projects and absorb rising costs in pay, utilities, and health care. The proposed funding in Bill 58 would come from surplus government revenue. UOG President Anita Borja Enriquez stressed the university's importance to the island, with 20,000 graduates contributing to the local economy. The bill is expected for discussion later this month. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
A power outage on Thursday morning disrupted operations at GMH, affecting both the Tumaning and Barrigada Heights facilities. The outage caused phone and internet systems to fail, and staff had to switch to manual operations. The network was slowly restored by Friday afternoon, and GMH confirmed that payroll was processed that day after concerns about a payless payday. Officials highlighted concerns about outdated technology at the hospital, which had previously been flagged by lawmakers. Senator Sabrina Salas-Matinani emphasized the urgent need for upgrades to prevent future disruptions in critical services. And Senator Will Parkinson's Bill 9 seeks a 3-month extension to the Energy Credit Program, offering $100 monthly credits to residents. The program, which started in 2022, aims to help with higher power costs. The cost for the extension is $15.8 million from excess general fund revenues, but several other bills are also vying for these funds, including measures for UOG, public works, and historic preservation. With a regular session set for March 24, Parkinson hopes the bill will be heard before then to offer relief for families and businesses facing rising power bills. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Rising power bills. Well, they're going to be going down for a lot of people. The LEAC is already in play right now, and we've got word that the Public Utilities Commission is going to be taking up the conversation about an increase in the actual power rate, but a decrease in the LEAC amount. It's going to be a net negative for ratepayers here on Guam when that finally comes out in September, I believe. 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. I see partly sunny skies today with highs near 86 degrees. Real Joe, you were just outside. Is it nice or is it still kind of soggy?
Sort of, kind of good.
All right, let me see if I can get this picture up from Pirates Cove and put that up on the screen, see what happens. Maybe you get an idea of what things are looking like on the eastern side of the island. Still a lot of clouds out there, but maybe the sun going to be breaking through here before too much longer. Partly cloudy with isolated showers and overnight lows of about 76 degrees tonight. The weatherman said mostly sunny tomorrow with highs near 86 degrees, but the scattered showers and partly sunny skies going to be returning by Wednesday. So if you get an opportunity for grill marks anytime in the next 36 hours, absolutely take it. Partly sunny on Wednesday with highs near 86 degrees. With a heat index today, it's going to feel like 92 degrees, 30% chance of rain, as the rip currents and high surf warnings in the advisories, and enough rain so that we can pause the conversation about red flag warnings for fire danger ratings out in the Savannah lands of Guam. But that's probably going to be coming back, according to Landon Idlet, just returned from his visit to stateside. Says, it's that time of year. We're going to see some weird weather, but the prevailing patterns of sunny and windy are probably going to continue no matter what. 7:11 in the morning. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Oh, yeah. New melts are back at Burger King. Our classic melt features 2 flame-grilled burger patties, a quarter pound, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce on 2 slices of toasted bread. The Shroomin' Swiss with warm sliced sautéed mushrooms, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce. Also available in a bacony variation made for our super fans. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings, or halvesies and a refreshing Sprite. Available for a limited time only. BK, Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule. 712, that's a fact, Jack. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and my friends over at Take Care.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
7:13, Ray Gibson Show. Yeah. Just looking over the slideshow pictures that Peter Santos took in Las Vegas. Had a get-together of a whole bunch of Guamanian police department guys that now call states their home. And I can see a couple that came as far as I think the east coast of the United States for this particular journey to hang out with their badge brothers and in some cases badge sisters as well at this very, very cool-looking event that they had. I'm looking over the names names here. And I'm sorry,
I
looking
see
over the
them.
faces, looking for some familiarity. I'm trying to wonder which one of these guys, who's pulled me over here, and some of the old guys.
There's one, Boo Paris. That Officer Uggan right there in the middle, he pulled me over.
Pulled you over? How many of these guys did they catch you messing around?
Anthony
at
Kaminga.
Some of the
that guy
makeout
pulled me
spots, right? Back in the olden days.
There's Hartsock.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I thought, like I said, I thought there's
middle.
some recognizable names, and if you're wondering, that's where everybody went after they retired from their time in the Guam Police Department and went off and did all kinds of other stuff in states. Thanks very much for that. I appreciate that. Who knows? Maybe one of these days we'll get some kind of a reunion conversation going here on Guam. In the meantime, 714 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK is the phone number around these parts. Looking over the table of contents, I actually had some stuff that I could put together in the deal, and some of it is actually local too. I mean, that's where it gets kind of crazy. Is looking over some of the things that are in my head, but I won't give all of it to you, the local stuff, because the one thing that's in my head right now is a concert opportunity. You might have heard me mention this last week when I got word. I got a buddy of mine in the business. He's a concert promoter in Philippines, and his name is Renan. He runs a thing called Ovation. And if they're not the biggest, then they're among the biggest of the concert promoters and event promoters in the Philippines. And so he had posted and has been posting a lot since that they are bringing Toto to the Shoe Mart Arena in the Philippines. It will happen on May the 6th. Your tickets go on sale on March the 6th.
May 6th, big concert.
Now, what's that? I know it's this week. You can.
That's this Thursday.
You should be able to go to Shoe Mart Tickets website and start buying tickets right now.
When is it again? May?
May the 4th. May the 4th.
May the 4th be with you?
But I don't know if they're the only actor, if there's going to be some other, supporting opening acts. And the last time, I don't say the last time I saw Toto, but last time I saw Toto was in Japan, and they were.
Lucky.
They were the opening act for Boz Scaggs.
Wow.
Oh, man.
And now, if you know the first Toto album, you know that there's a whole bunch of, if you know, I'm sorry, not the first Toto album, but the first Boz Scaggs album, a lot of the guys that contributed their music to that first Boz Scaggs album, the first of the big yacht rock hit makers, was among members of Toto. So they all kind of worked together and they knew each other's tunes. So it was kind of easy for them to all decide that they were going to be doing this. Anyway, so start putting it together. I don't know where you like to stay or what your situation, your tolerance for Manila traffic is, but because there's how close is your hotel going to be to where the SM arena is? I don't know that. For me, I don't want to spend a whole lot of money, so I'd either do a Airbnb someplace in the area.
Not far, boss.
Or
not far.
Where's the
3 hours later?
Right?
Wait, so are we having a field trip and we're going to do the news from there all together?
Wow, that would be a
all
thing.
3 of us?
Yeah,
That's so great.
There's not enough sponsorship money out in the world for all of that.
Sponsor us.
We're all waiting to see if who's going to be in charge of
donate to our Patreon
of the GVB when that happens. Anyway, there's a couple other things. I think it's interesting. Belmont is the spot that I'd stay at.
Belmont.
Yeah, there's a Belmont at Resort World Manila. There's a hotel complex right next to McDonald's. That
sounds reasonably priced.
It is. They've got a very average buffet.
Hey, right?
Very average morning buffet. It's not something that you're going to write home. It's not something you're going to selfie a lot of. Oh, yeah, look at me. I'm having breakfast over at the Belmont. But when you're done with breakfast, you can go upstairs. They have this. They have an upstairs pool on the rooftop of the Belmont Hotel. And they will start selling you beer at 7:00 in the morning.
Wow.
I heard. I heard. So is Doug back yet? Is Doug Mullen back in town yet?
I don't know if he's in transit right now.
Inquiring minds.
I only got one check mark. So
yeah. Inquiring minds want to know. Over the weekend, he apparently got the FOIAs that the governor was looking for. It finally got the responses to the harassment FOIAs that were sent over, asking about hiring relatives, nepotism in the Attorney General's office, and what is it about using our logos and things like that. Admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations. That's the way we like to see things, and I think that was the way it was done out there. 888-825. 855-888-TALK. That's the telephone number as we celebrate the Mes Tomorrow holiday here on Guam. A number of activities through most of the weekend down south, down Umatic Way, and that fun is going to continue today. Recommendations are you get in the car and you start driving down there. As usual, stop at that last good spot in Agate, get yourself some provisions for the road.
Nice.
That way you don't roll into town all starving and everything
Marina
like that.
Grill.
Get down to Agate Umatic Road and pull in, find a good spot. And one of the things, little known facts about Umatic is it's a great village to just kind of stroll around in. There's a lot of history in the area. They got the bridge, and then you go upstairs. I call it upstairs. There's two forms of Umatic. There's the downstairs Umatic, which is around the bay, and then as you go up to the fort and then the housing up there, that's what I refer to as upstairs Umatic. So you can go in one or both of a couple of different directions. You keep going down that hill after you're upstairs, then all of a sudden you're in Malesu, which is a beautiful spot as well. Take advantage of it if you've got the day off. Well, then good for you. I'm not going to give you too much of a hard time about it. If that's the way you're rolling, we'll go right ahead. The work will still be there tomorrow, and then we can kind of all go back into the deal and try to figure out how we're going to save Guam, one tourist at a time. Trying to think if I saved any tourism over the weekend, Real Joe. I was down in Tumon a couple of times.
You did.
Just by saying hello, as I said, just a wave hello to the tourists that pass by. Don't be all selective like me and only wave at the pretty ones. You got to wave at the chunky ones too. And even what I've discovered to be
all visitors enthusiastic.
What I've discovered to be fun is making eye contact with the wife. You get the couple walking
eyes.
by. Yeah, and the guys just kind of walking.
You just ignore the dude.
Exactly, and lock eyes with the girl. I'm sorry, that in my mind,
he's not even there.
It's a whole lot of fun, and it's always nice to see a whole bunch of people going out there and getting their exercise on, and then ending up at the bread store.
Ooh, sourdough.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. That's the way it works. But we need to learn more Korean words. Is the thing. I know they learn a lot of English words when they come out here, but we need to learn more Korean words because I think that's going to be the market is going to be just huge for us. I've been telling you over the last few days about all these different fare specials and things that the airlines working with partners here on Guam are providing to as many of their customers as possible. Now, from the end of February until the 12th of March, benefits such as airfares, hotel, vehicle alliances, etc., from the Incheon International Airport, April-May departure flights from customer Gimhae Airport will be held for departure flights from March to May. Sorry about the strangled translation here. This is from Korean to English and then maybe back. It is the anniversary of Jin Air's launch on Guam, offering generous benefits such as airfare discounts, hotel and rental vehicle service alliances, and event giveaways. Discounts will be offered for departures, again, from April to May, and Incheon. Busan from March to May, Western Resort Guam, which has a high preference for travelers to Guam, and hotels under the PHR group have also prepared accommodation partnerships for this particular event. They're working, obviously, with the Guam Visitors Bureau. Hilton Guam Resort and Spa has prepared benefits like free first night for the Busan users, if they're getting 4 nights, raising the rating to a limited sea view room for hotel rooms, free lounge for 3 nights or more in premier ocean view rooms, and the free use of the mini bar.
Yeah.
If you are a Korean family staying at the Nico, it provides a choice of early or late check-in service. Spa Signature Massage Pass. The hotel offers discounts with affiliated links, so you must present your Jin Air boarding pass when entering the hotel, and they'll take care of the rest. In addition, an application event will be held to draw 10 people and pay tickets to Kidzania. The same can be applied to free check baggage allowances and more. So, for all of the fits and starts that we seem to be having in the hospitality industry, the good news is that there's people paying attention and doing their part from the airline side and the hotel side to be as accommodating as possible and to be as cheap as possible for these rather thrifty Korean tourists that are coming to town. 7:23 in the morning. Quick look at what's going on in the markets. I don't know if they're going to be celebrating Mes Tomorrow
more tomorrow. But I think it's just a 2-day weekend in states. And how did they do over the weekend? Everybody golden. The S&P 500 up by 92 points. NASDAQ picked up 302. I've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 601 points. Not bad, America. Not bad. I got the FTSE up by 53. The Nikkei at 1,100 points in the green. Sorry, is that in the green? No. I think it's black. I don't know what black means. I know what green and red means, but I don't know what black means when I look at this. I think it's minus 1,100 points. Did they have to shut it down? Hang Seng Index off by 776. More bad news in the Asian market. Shanghai down by 67, and the DAX is virtually not recording any kind of an advance, less than a percentage worth of an advance for those guys. So what did I say? Big winner. Looks like the NASDAQ led up by MicroStrategy, Monster Beverage, Marvell Technologies. There's Warner Brother, and nobody writing off NVIDIA. Down around the bottoms, PDD Holdings, Autodesk, GE Healthcare, Grail Inc., and Trade Desk Incorporated. On the commodities, gold at 28.48, unchanged from where it was last week. Oil at 69.76, off about, 30, 40 cents from where it was last week. I got no Tapas numbers, but the price of gasoline on Guam has dropped by a dime. $4.99.9. But if you plug that into your spreadsheet, unless it's calculated to go multiple digits, it'll round it up to $5 a gallon.
Thank you, President Trump.
God bless you. Standing up to Zelensky, and then bang, all of a sudden the price goes down. I like that. Stand up some more for America and the world, Trump. So I got the Japanese yen at 150.62, Philippine peso at 57.94, South Korean won at 14.61. And Bitcoin's just been odd. With Friday morning, where was it, like 84? And change?
Yeah, 83. High 83.
Yeah, high 83 on Friday morning. Well, it's not Friday anymore. Friday morning anymore. It's Monday morning, and the new Bitcoin number is
94,242.
Wow. Was that $8,000?
Yeah,
worth of a climb over the weekend.
Up. We back, baby.
Yeah, it looks like it.
We're in it to win it.
Yeah,
come on, Jerry.
Until it dips again.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Is that the Zelensky effect, the Trump Zelensky effect, or wait a second, hold on. Trump writing, is this? I think it's today. Trump writing today. Oh, come on, guy. No, I screen capped it. Maybe I screen capped it and sent it to the meme machine. I think that's exactly what I did. Hold on. There it is. Donald Trump writing, a U.S. crypto reserve will elevate this critical industry after years of corrupt attacks by the Biden administration, which is why my executive order on digital assets directed the presidential working group to move forward on a crypto strategic reserve that includes XRP, SOL, and ADA. I will make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world, making America great again. Do you suppose that little bit of crypto rattling coming out of the White House was sufficient to increase the value of certain coins?
Probably.
XRP, which, is one of these kind of little tiny little crypto coins, maybe all of a sudden going to be amongst the biggest winners on this one. It feels like buying penny stocks with XRP, but they have not been looking bad recently. And I got a guy that is, I think, now exclusively buying XRP because of the rapid rise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm and honestly, I can read the words about a U.S. crypto reserve. No clue what it means.
No.
You got nothing to it.
It's all X's and O's.
It's backed by silver.
So that reserve could kind of disappear. So it's, yeah.
Do we?
It's backed by Zip.
Which is like all of the other crypto that's out there.
All crypto.
Based on what? We don't know.
Based on the faith that it's going to go up. That's it.
7:27 in the morning. There's other things that I need to have faith in. Put my, you know what? Never mind crypto. Put your money in eggs. I think there's a promising future for the rise in the value of eggs.
I was talking to somebody over the weekend. They live here, and also they have a place in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And they have 3 chickens. 3 chickens and a rooster or something like that. And I think it's 3 chickens, and they get 3 eggs every day.
Period. There you go.
That's the deal. And I found out that they said that you don't even need a rooster anymore.
I
never knew that. They said hens can lay.
No, you don't need.
You don't need a rooster anymore?
You just got to give them the feed.
City boys.
It's in the feed.
There's two city boys
So
in this room.
but I quickly extrapolated that to suggest that the male race whatever that disease chickens have that makes them the hens not need the male any longer. What if that escapes?
We'll need to get Tom Poole on the line.
Where's Fauci when you need him now?
Or somebody else that
chicken masculinity.
What if males are no longer necessary? Some females feel that's the way it is now.
Territorial vet's going to call at 7:50.
What if that?
10:08.
Imagine.
It's beyond time now for this morning's Extra Point.
I think we just did the extra point.
Being brought to you by the Guam Egg Layers Association.
I'm way past the point, but I mean, I just realized that could have implications for my son and other people.
The future.
Suggesting.
We'll find ourselves. We'll climb aboard Elon Musk's rocket and take us to an all-guy planet. It's 7:29.
I'm not sure I'd be on board with that either. But
Jerry Roberts
did you give the intro yet?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Here's the Extra Point brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry.
Now you know that I'm not big on comparing oneself to another worker. No. Or matching my skills or possessions up against those of anybody else. It leads to envy, self-pity, sometimes anger, and a mindset that doesn't serve us well. Yet sometimes it's hard not to do it. So, I'm going to offer a few thoughts today on a method you can use to generate something positive out of what is usually a negative. And that's next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
I was probably 16 when my mom advised me to avoid comparing myself to other people. She said that wherever life would take me, there would always be people who were richer, taller, better looking, and smarter, and along with a bunch of other things. She didn't say anything about them having more hair. Okay. Now, what she did tell me is that none of that would determine my outcomes in life. She said that was up to me. She also said that one thing I could control was to make sure that nobody ever outworked me. I listened to that. In the workplace, comparing ourselves to more productive colleagues can often lead to feelings of envy and resentment. I've seen plenty of this in my career. People who were unhappy because others had more and had done more, or whose achievements received more recognition. That's not the mindset we want. It's not constructive. By shifting our perspective, we can get some value out of comparisons. I'm going to give you 3 ways to do this. Number 1, celebrate differences. Every individual brings a unique set of strengths to the table. If Ray, Joe, or Donna does something far better than I can choose to resent them for their higher level of skill, or I can try to tap into it. If I want what they have, maybe I'm going to ask them to help me get it. I'm happy to recognize and appreciate their talents. Their likely accomplishments, or this likely accomplishes 2 valuable things. 1, our relationship will probably improve. 2, I'm guessing they'll be open to sharing tips and techniques with me so that I can improve. Collaboration is key to maximizing team potential. By finding opportunities to work together on projects, coworkers can leverage each other's strengths and get better results. And doesn't it make sense that if you and I spend more time around people whose skills exceed ours, that something is going to rub off on us? So, first thing is celebrate and collaborate. Number 2, focus on learning. When observing a more talented and productive coworker, try to figure out where they are better. Where? What is it? What is it about them that exceeds what I've got going? What are the specific skills and techniques that contribute to their success? It may take us a while to figure that out, but by analyzing what makes them effective, what they're doing that maybe we're not doing, we can ask better questions and eventually adopt similar practices in our own work. I also want to seek feedback from productive colleagues. I mentioned the sharing aspect. Most people appreciate the opportunity to share what they know. It's possible that you have certain talents they can benefit from, and you can mentor each other. Number 3, set goals and track progress. If somebody is good enough to share or mentor us in a specific area, it's up to us to implement what we learn. For me, I want to lay it out in a goal format. That's just me. I'm better that way. Here's what I want to do, and here's why, and this is when I want to achieve it. Simple. Then get busy on it. And finally, there's one more step. When I've got measurable results that show I benefited from their instruction, I want to go back to the person who helped me, showing them the outcome. That's a payoff for them for spending the time to help me. And the bottom line to that is, once you go back and show them the results, you can ask more questions. And they'll be thrilled at that point, okay, to give you more because they showed there was some results from their efforts. In conclusion, celebrating differences and finding ways to collaborate with those people who have knowledge and talents to share. Determine what they do better and focus on learning those things. Then set the goals. When we achieve success with what we've learned, we want to let our mentor know how their help did make a difference. If we must compare ourselves to others, I hope this method will help you do it in a way that brings you success. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I hear at 7:35 in the morning. I was about 16 years old when I read for the first time the Desiderata, and there's a line in there about not comparing yourself to others because there will always be somebody that's better than you and somebody that's worse off than you. Just appreciate being who you are. Yep. 7:35. That's Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. While the commercials were playing and you didn't get to hear, the question was how much of the Zelensky-Trump-Vance dust-up was scripted or for dramatic purposes, or was it for the real? And I thought that it might have been scripted. It did not pop into my head at all. I watched the entire 50-minute exchange from the beginning to about the end of it, and you hear the frustration, I think, in everybody's voices. So you're pretty clear where that end of it was. But for the most part, it sounded like they were having a rollicking good time with this press conference, and they had Mr. President here, and they had European people asking questions and American press people asking questions, and then all of a sudden Zelensky started to get all huffy and puffy about the security arrangements and then when J.D. Vance piped in, talking about diplomacy.
That was a mistake at that point. I thought that he should.
You saw when Trump grabbed his neck?
Quiet. When Trump grabbed his neck and smacked him around a little bit? Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Somebody online, and I'd seen it, there's a picture of Vance, and it says, when the Marine makes the knife hand in your direction, you know things have gotten real. But notwithstanding any of the theatrics, I think that it is all done for Zelensky in the United States of America. He walked out with nothing. And walked into the arms of the Europeans, and they are now pledging, all the support that they're going to be getting. But he's not going to get anywhere near what he's gotten out of the United States.
But the Europeans also want the minerals. So no, it's not over for him. I mean, America wants the minerals too. And I think basically, it'll all be ironed out. I mean, sometime this week, there'll be some kind of contrition, and Zelensky will
show up
say
in a
something.
suit.
Maybe show up in a suit. I mean, if you look at how petty a lot of this stuff was, first of all, he wasn't prepared, obviously, to go in. I mean, the way Trump would have liked him to come in. He should have known, because he's dealt with Trump before.
Right.
I mean, I don't care what the guy wears. Just, hopefully more than underwear, and just come in and just do your business.
Well, apparently he was asked to wear a suit. He was asked to get dressed.
Okay, but I mean, fine. Okay, if that's what Trump liked. Trump sleeps in a suit, I'm sure. So it's okay. right? If you want to, want him in a suit, he should have worn a suit.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you get in there, all those things, as we talked about during the break, should have been done as they always are done in private.
Which
all
is
the
where I
details, and it's a photo op.
They were going to have lunch, and then they were going to sign off on all the
Sign
paper,
off,
and everything was going to be
everybody
done.
takes photographs, and
The points that Zelensky was making, those points should have been vetted out with Marco Rubio. And you saw the images of Rubio. He was sitting there fuming because he's the guy that put that deal together. And all of a sudden, he's watching Zelensky open his mouth and ruin the opportunity. You saw the image of the ambassador to Ukraine with her head in her hands.
Well, all right. So the security arrangements.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Ukraine, yes, you want some kind of a stated security arrangement. But Trump was right when he said that Americans being there, okay, and doing business is the security arrangement. Putin's not going to send in troops to take out those areas when you got Americans there that are doing the mining of the thing. So that in itself becomes a security arrangement. But that's not what Zelensky wanted. Zelensky still wants NATO, and Zelensky can't get NATO. And Trump is right because of the NATO agreement that most people know about, that if Putin or anybody attacks one, it's attacking all, and that brings the United States into direct confrontation with Russia. That's never going to happen. So you can't have NATO. It's going to be a neutral zone. Ukraine will be a neutral zone forever because once you bring them into NATO, then that's the trigger to World War III.
And you better figure out how to turn this thing off now. It's just ceasefire. We'll have all the other conversations that we need to have on the other side of that. And I think that's what they kept trying to reach for. It was an interesting dust up, and for a lot of people that never get to see, like myself, that never get to see the inside baseball, the sausage making of diplomacy. It was right there for everybody to see, and you can't get out from under some of the personal feelings that people bring to the table with them. 20 minutes away from 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure
there's nothing if not transparent. I'll say that.
Yeah, buddy. I'm sure there's an extra point in there somewhere. How do you resolve this kind of atomic conflict when you've got people that you absolutely positively need to bring to some kind of working relationship, despite what may be years and years and years of open personal hostility.
We need the minerals.
Yeah.
Okay. Flat out. We need those minerals. We're going to get them. Zelensky needs a ceasefire and some kind of protections, which he'll get, et cetera. But, I mean, yeah, next time you do it, you work it out in private.
Has Putin made any statements publicly that you were aware of?
I don't think so. Huh. I think he's just sitting there.
That's the problem. I get a lot of my news, obviously, from social media, at Twitter and X in particular.
Have you tried Have you tried Ground News?
Ground News?
Ground News?
No, I'll try it.
I just subscribed. It's a thing called Ground News. It's $20 a year. I saw it 2-3 years ago, and I just ignored it. But what it does is they give you the news, and there's 50,000 sources they have, but they suggest to you the ones that they think that you'll be interested in. It gives you the left, the right, and the center. So you can look at any story that comes out, and it grades the story. And how many left outlets are covering it, how many right-wing outlets are covering it, and who's in the middle covering it. It opens you up to different news sources than you're normally going to get. It doesn't just cover the major networks. It goes into other areas too.
I'm looking at their website right now. It might be worth putting $20 on it.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I'm learning about things now that I've never had before, and I'm getting it from sources I didn't even know existed.
Right. Well, that's how I found Axios, and Axios is they're fair and balanced, because I don't think they like either side, so it makes it easier for them to report on. Yeah. Speaking of reporting stuff, we got to do our own news and headlines around here. Donna D is going to take care of that. News on the Ray Gibson Show in March, being brought to you by my friends over at Burger King. BK guys are serving it up like you wouldn't believe. We've got the BK Fiery Big Fish Sandwich and the Impossible Whoppers, 100% Whopper, 0% beef for those of you that are forswearing beef, because it's going to be Lent here in a couple of days. News at this hour also being brought to you by Auntie Loli and Libby and Saran and Joe D. It's all of everybody over at Half a Day Realty standing by to become Pika's Best in 2025. You can find out how they're going to be doing that by actually finding about their services. Lots and lots for sale Ask them about the MLS and find out what big deal is for sale down in Tumon. I passed by a realtor sign, and it didn't say for rent. It said for sale, and it's up in that nice Tony area, but behind the church. Maybe they've got details on it. 588-4232, Holiday Realty. Now 743, Holiday Donna, what's going on?
Guam's military leaders have stayed silent amid President Trump's Pentagon shakeup. Top officials were dismissed and diversity content was ordered removed. While the administration says the changes realign policies, critics worry about instability. The lack of response from Guam's leaders raises concerns over the impact on local operations and morale. Meanwhile, Judge John Terlahi was ordained as Guam's newest permanent deacon on the 1st by Archbishop Ryan Jimenez. Raised in a strong Catholic family, Terlahi was a legal counsel for the Archdiocese of Agana before becoming a judge in 2023. His parents were devoted parishioners of St. Francis Catholic Church in Zotnya. And the PUC has approved the construction of Guam's largest solar farm in Zotnya. The 132-megawatt project will have 250,000 panels and a 66-megawatt battery. It will provide nearly half of the island's peak power demand. A 25-year contract with GPA has been finalized, with the farm set to begin operations in February 2028. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, let me see. 744 on the Ray Gibson Show, and a couple of thoughts on that particular story. Number one, that's massive. It's huge. 600-plus acres of solar farm. They're going to try to preserve as much green as possible. But last week, I read up on a story about goats. And as it turns out, sheep that have been brought in to assist in maintaining the grounds of one of these massive solar farms. Solar grazing is what they're calling it. They say it improves the soil. It promotes biodiversity and wildlife habitats, etc., reduces the carbon footprint. It says because grazing can reduce the need for chemical pesticides and machinery, which will obviously reduce emissions around there, conserving water, improving solar panel efficiency by making it so that we're not growing any leaves that might grow over and, dodge the sun.
Causes shade.
Yeah, cause the shade on the solar panel. I think it's absolutely great ideas. Now, the other part of this is goats make eggs, right? No, I'm kidding.
Dude.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to link it up with something that we might run short of. But there's eating of goats that you can do. Correct? I'm sure that we could have a culinary get together with some of our favorite Tumon chefs. And here's your mystery meat, which is a goat that came out of this place. There's milk and cheese, goat milk, goat cheese that comes out, all of that stuff. Goat. You know what? You're gonna laugh here, but I have an Instapot, and I was looking at the buttons on my Instapot, and you know what I have on it? A yogurt button, and so I'm probably going to. I want to see if I can make my own yogurt at the house. You just eat milk, some half and milk.
We'll never see him again.
In about 36 hours, and some yogurt from some Greek yogurt or someplace to get a start on. And maybe a couple of cool biodome things that you can put into your
himself.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
This
Pre
is,
and pro.
I'm reading too much these days on things like that, but I want to give it a shot just to see what happens. 746 in the Ray Gibson Show. Who's on the phone?
Oh, it's Johnny Utah.
Oh, we get Johnny Utah.
To make a quick comment.
Then fine. I know what he wants to talk about. He's, we're going to bring a third voice into the who stepped in at worst conversation. Was it Zelensky? Was it Trump? Was it Vance? I know you were probably watching that in real time there, Johnny Utah. What's your takeaway?
Well, I was listening to Jerry Roberts just now speak on the subject of the matter, and I wanted to respond to what his comments were.
Good.
So, from what I got from listening closely to what he was saying, he said that J.D. Vance taking part in the conversation between Trump and Zelensky was a mistake. I disagree completely with that statement. J.D. Vance was very much in part of the conversation and was involved with it and had every right to participate and does represent our country. Trump is a single-term president. The assumption is J.D. Vance will be our next president.
I support that.
So there's no reason for J.D. Vance not to be involved with that and to put on display his abilities. And I thought he did the right thing. He exposed Zelensky for what he is, an installed puppet by the deep state of the European liberals and the American liberals and the CIA and NSA and all those fun three-letter agencies. So, yes. The other thing, too, is I thought it was interesting that Jerry pounded home the fact that we have to have these mineral rights. We need these mineral rights. Oh, we got to have the mineral rights. The mineral rights are so important. I mean, it's these warmongers hang on to every little thread of association with Ukraine. People don't realize that Ukraine's done. We just walked away from Ukraine. There is going to be no deal. It's over. In fact, the administration's already pushing for a total cutaway from all support, not a single support aspect.
Yeah, I understand the check stop coming.
Yeah. So this dream of kickbacks and federal money being pushed into all these other aspects through USAID and all other agencies of the federal government, it's over. The game's over. Okay, the slush fund is gone. It's game over. There's no waving that blue and yellow flag anymore.
But the sad, as I said, and you heard me at the beginning of the program, now we've got two kinds of people. There's the Zelensky is the hero or Zelensky's a fool, and Trump is a hero or Trump's in Putin's arms. Can all four of those things be true at the same time? As I think you're pointing out here on Facebook, your comments are we can get the minerals that we need from Russia as well.
Well, Putin has already offered it up. Not to mention, guess what? Flight line or what domestic flights are getting ready to open up in March? Moscow to D.C. and New York City. So there's no reason. We are not enemies of Russia. That's propaganda that's been going on for a long time. We're not allies.
It's Russia. But we do. But there does need to be, because I can hear the lefties, and they were almost immediate in the reprisals against Trump now, saying that Putin and Trump are in each other's arms here, and I don't think that's the case. But I don't know how they're going to be able to amplify anything but.
Well, that's because they want that. They want the money. They want the money. It's all about money. Ukraine has been a giant washing machine. Okay, they want the money. So here's the thing, though. Prior to Obama becoming president, we had decent relations with Russia. Okay, and Russia has never truly actually been our enemy. It's always been a CIA made up kind of thing, a Cold War. You know, just that we were the two biggest kids on the block that everybody was afraid of. So that's all we were. That never fought, has never have fought. So the point is that we have no reason to not have a friendly relationship with Russia. We have every reason to have our on guard with Europe, who is suppressing their own people right now, suppressing their freedom of speech, putting their adversaries in prisons, and inviting in a foreign army of immigrants that are illegal, and they're replacing their own citizens.
Yes, there's quite a lot to go through, and all of a sudden, this feels like the last 80 years since the end of the Second World War has all been a fabrication. Now, 7:51, Johnny, I got a breakaway. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
888-825-5880-TALK. Normally take a look at what's happening in traffic right about now. But considering it's a holiday for a big chunk of the working community here on Guam, I can look at the map, and it's going to tell me there basically is no major traffic to speak of. A little bit of traffic getting into Anderson Air Force Base because it's a working day up there. There is no Magellan recreation taking place up at the north end of Guam. That will happen in Southside. Southbound Marine Corps Drive through all of Dededo into Upper Tumon. The Tumuning area is running fairly clear. A little bit of traffic over at the PD Cemetery, and then southbound from there into some of the usual spots where you might expect to slow down getting into Big Navy and Sumai. Other than that, everything is looking pretty good. Might want to look out for traffic over at Cross Island Road and places like that, down Agate, Umatic, as there should be a whole bunch of people that are headed down for the festivities that are going to be taking place there. It's 7:52 in the Ray Gibson Show. Am I taking a break or am I getting to the phone?
Dr. Mariana.
This is important now.
Yeah.
Dr. Mariana Turner on the line, the territorial veterinarian, who will answer first this question before we get into anything else. How are chickens made? How do we need a rooster to make a chicken?
Well, that goes back to your biology classes there, Ray. I hope you were paying attention.
Yes, because there was a really, really cute girl with split ends that was sitting in front of me, and I used to like to take her split ends apart. But so it might have been in there somewhere. So what happens when exactly does the boy chicken fertilize the egg that came out of the girl chicken?
But before it comes out.
Before it comes out. Okay, so it's already fertilized, and then they pop out that way.
Yes.
Okay, and then the boy chicken can go and find another girlfriend and make some more, fertilize some more eggs.
Yes, exactly. You
Okay,
got it.
Okay, that's kind of where I thought things were, but when Jerry doesn't know something, it makes me question what I know. So it's one of those things. Hey, I'd love to spend more time on this, although maybe we ought to have a conversation at some point about how the Department of Agriculture is going to make it easier for more people to become acquainted with animal husbandry in the form of egg-laying hens and roosters in the neighborhood. How can I encourage them to take a little bit more root in my backyard? Maybe we can have that conversation at our next one. How's that?
Yeah, that sounds great. That's a good one.
So now we got a couple of forums coming up, and I like the way the press release was written. You know, here we are coming out of the dog and cat population survey into more work with the Humane World for Animals, that outfit, to talk about humane enforcement training for Guam. I think most pet owners do the right thing for the most part, but there are still people out there that have a dog whose sole job is to sit outside in the heat or the rain, waiting to be occasionally fed with some table scraps and some maybe change out the water. These dogs deserve a better life. What are we going to be doing to help enforce proper treatment of our animals?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things that I'm really excited about is actually the animal cruelty investigation training. And I'm really excited about it because we want to bring in not only our animal control officers, also, of course, our animal advocates across the island, but as well as our GPD officers. We've got a couple that have already signed up. And I'm really hoping that we can get some prosecutors signed up as well, because really when we're talking animal cruelty investigation, these are criminal offenses that will have to go through the court system. And to really get that all the way through, we need all of those pieces. We need our animal advocates, we need our animal control officers, we need our police officers, and then of course we need our prosecutors. So trying to get all those guys people same room, this training from Humane World for Animals, and get the same information so that we can start moving forward, not only get the information from an international group, but then also make the connections, right? Because, I'm sure our GPD officers have encountered cases where they're not quite sure how to proceed with certain, potential animal cruelty investigations. I mean, that's where things come in, like, for example, myself or other veterinarians, the veterinary exam on what we see plays a big role. Just like, our medical examiner does exams for criminal cases, we can do that as well for our animal related cases. So really hoping to get everybody in the same room so we can start having those conversations so that we can really start to make movement in terms of animal cruelty investigations.
So much
we've got some really great laws.
So we don't need to rewrite the laws that are already on the books. Maybe a little bit by way of enforcement and being better at recognizing and documenting what's going on. I knew both of the animals that were killed. One up in Dededo area, that was my brother's dog, and Pugwa, and I knew the family that raised Pugwa, and I can't tell you how devastated I think the entire community was to find out that even though they had somebody that was responsible for it, it never felt like that individual received any kind of justice. So maybe a little bit more by way of being able to document the evidence and things like that, so that when we do go before a judge, we're likely to see the results that I think the community feels best represented by. 7:57 and change. So there's that coming up, and that is going to be taking place on the 6th at the Sinahanya Mayor's office. Up in Jigo on the 7th, you've got another one, animal handling best practices.
Yes, so that one is also a really exciting one. And what we're looking to do with that is, of course, also our animal control officers, our rescue groups, animal advocates, and then also the mayor's staff. Because, as I mentioned many times before, animal control officers, we only have so many. And a lot of the times the mayor's offices do try to assist us with picking up some strays or dealing with the ones that are chasing the kids at the bus stop.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the times they're not equipped with the skills of how to deal with them. We've had some mayors call us to say, hey, we think we can get these animals in this area, but my staff's not quite sure how to handle them after we do that. So this training will help give our mayor's staff some of those skills to really help us get this job taken care of, because we know that they want to help. They just don't have the skills necessary to deal with some of the more aggressive or fearful dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what this training is aiming to take care of.
I appreciate the fact that you don't name drop until page 2 of the press release, but you brought out the vice president of the animal rescue team for the Humane World for Animals, Adam Parascandola.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you got a big shot coming in to handle the training. Number one, does this cost anything? And number two, where on the World Wide Web can people learn a little bit more about all of this?
So they paid for the Humane World for Animals paid for his flight and hotel and all of that, and we've really been working with this relationship with them. So they've been really fantastic that it hasn't really cost too much on our end. Obviously, the University of Guam was able to give us a training spot, and then of course Sinahanya Mayor's office was able to give us a training spot at no cost. So that really helped to keep down to make this possible. And then in order to sign up, we do have those flyers that are circulating around individually for each of those 2 trainings. There's a QR code on there that you can get on there.
Okay.
Otherwise, if people are having trouble the QR code or whatnot, I have had a couple of people reach out that it wasn't working for them or whatnot. You can always call in to the animal health office. Obviously, our office is closed today, but they can give us a call over there at 671-300-7966 or 7964, and we can get them directed direction.
I've got the contact information for you and be happy to share it with anybody that can't find it. Just call us here at the radio station and I'll give it up. Do me a favor, submit it at thepoint.gu so we can make sure everybody gets a chance to see it. I'll approve it almost immediately. I got a breakaway. Mariana Turner, the territorial veterinarian, with us here on The Point. I'll see you soon.
Great. Thank you so much.
Time for Fox on The Point.
Showing support for Ukraine. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. Ukraine's president attended a peace summit in the UK today after his explosive Oval Office meeting with President Trump last Friday.
President Zelensky meeting the king at Sandringham after that crucial defense summit hosted by the prime minister. Zelensky flew via helicopter up to Norfolk to meet King Charles III. The pair chatted briefly before heading inside, marking the end of a difficult week. European heads of state continue to rally around Zelensky. On Saturday, of course, he was greeted with cheers outside 10 Downing Street and a warm hug from British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. And the pair signed a $2.8 billion loan agreement for weapons and a further $2 billion to supply 5,000 air defense missiles. Dozens of leaders gathered at Lancaster House for the Prime Minister's major defense summit aimed at securing lasting and enforced peace in Ukraine and beefing up defense spending across the continent.
Fox's Stephanie Bennett in London. Pope Francis is in stable condition after suffering a respiratory crisis Friday, and the Vatican says he currently does not need any mechanical ventilation as he is treated for double pneumonia. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who resigned in 2021 after sexual misconduct allegations, announcing a run for New York City mayor this weekend.
When the nation is searching for its soul, when it is divided as never before, when it's questioning our democratic values, it's questioning the very role of government, it's questioning the balance of power, New York must show the way forward and remind this country of who we are at our best.
Cuomo takes on a large field of primary opponents with low name recognition and also incumbent Mayor Eric Adams. America is listening to Fox News.
Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from March 1st to April 30th, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Another scare in the air. A Delta flight to New Orleans this morning was forced to return to Boston after a smoky odor was detected in the aircraft's cabin shortly after takeoff. The Airbus A220 carrying 87 passengers, 3 flight attendants, and 2 pilots made it safely back to Logan International Airport. Tough rules put in place last year for spring break crowds in Miami Beach will not be relaxed anytime soon.
City leaders in Miami Beach say getting tough last year for spring break worked, so they intend to do the same again this year. They recently announced that enhanced security measures are being brought back for nearly the entire month of March, including tighter parking rules and increased fees for non-residents. Those new rules were introduced last year after 3 straight years of spring break violence. The city is again warning spring breakers to expect curfews, bag searches at the beach, early beach closures, DUI checkpoints, and arrests for drug possession and violence. Paul Stevens, Fox News.
Police in New Mexico continue to investigate the deaths of actor Gene Hackman and his wife. They were found dead along with one of their dogs last week in their home.
Gene Hackman's exclusive gated community, over the past couple of days, we have not noticed any marked law enforcement vehicles coming or going. The sheriff here ruling out carbon monoxide. So what's next? We are aware of at least 2 other critical focal points in this investigation. First, Gene Hackman's pacemaker, which the sheriff says registered an event on February 17th, indicating Gene's probable last day of life. That pacemaker could provide much more critical heart data to doctors and investigators. Also, police took a lot of evidence from the home here in Santa Fe, including 2 green cell phones.
Fox's Matt Finn in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At tonight's Academy Awards, Morgan Freeman will be honoring Hackman, a 2-time Oscar winner. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chell in San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Just in time for Lent. It's our new fiery BK Big Fish sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded in panko, topped with a fiery glazed sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Make it a combo meal with french fries, onion rings, or halfsies, and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Haggadah, Dumont Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Have an amazing day. You rule.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Hoffaday, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on the point. 39-year-old John Paul Lanata, wanted for assault and family violence, has turned himself in. Police had been searching for him after issuing a wanted person flyer on Tuesday. Lanata self-surrendered to Superior Court on Friday. He faces a bench warrant related to an active felony case from 2023. He was charged with possession of a controlled substance, theft of a firearm, and firearm possession without a license. In 2023, authorities found meth and a glass pipe on him. He had been released from DOC under a personal recognizance bond. Meanwhile, GDOE is asking for 32 more employees to improve school maintenance teams. Currently, GDOE lacks the staff to prepare schools for opening on time. Deputy Superintendent Wade Paul says the department needs 84 maintenance workers to create teams of 10, each assigned to several schools. The goal is to set up 2 teams by June and 6 teams by September. GDOE has been given $5 million in funding, with $4 million allocated for staff, tools, and equipment. This plan could save GDOE $2 million annually once completed. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
The GVB board met Thursday to discuss tourism recovery efforts. Mark Baldiga was appointed chair of the recovery committee, replacing Ken Cook. Board members expressed optimism about expanding the Philippine market and discussed a visa waiver program. They also approved sponsorships for events like the Dragon Boat Festival and FIBA Asia Qualifier Games. The meeting addressed infrastructure issues such as hazardous manhole covers and the promotion of Guam in Japan. GVB reported about 240,000 visitors in fiscal year 2025 through January, with marketing efforts in Korea and Japan showing promise. GVB's revenue has increased by 27% from last year. And the UOG Press is calling for local talent to expand its pool of writers, editors, artists, and more. Professionals like copy editors, filmmakers, graphic designers, photographers, and project managers are needed for upcoming projects. This call offers opportunities for new and established creatives to contribute to the university's publications, which focus on history, environment, and the cultures of Guam and Micronesia. Interested applicants should submit a digital portfolio and a letter of interest by the 30th. For more details, contact UOG Press at 671-735-2153. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Is there money? Do we get money, or
I didn't
is
see
it
that.
is here's my manuscript, and if you guys like it, then you print it, and then we sell it together, and then I make some money off that, because that would be I would kind of be down with all of that.
I know, I was looking for that too.
But here's and we don't even, Donna, we wouldn't even need to write anything. We throw it up on ChatGPT. No, it's ChatGPT or Grok. Just ask it. No, just do one of those things. You give me 500 pages of something based on Two Lovers Point. The incident at Two Lovers Point. You remember that? Give me 500 words on that, and you can be as creative as you want to be, and you maybe even throw in some woke stuff there for all of the wokey people at the university, and it's got some be. You know what we do? It'll be the Two Lovers Point story, but instead of a Spanish conquistador and a beautiful island native girl, it would be it would not be a chamarita. It'd be a chamorro. Be like a guy. Be like, the conquistador and a chamorro dude. And they loved each other. And it was, the world was against them because, it was the dark ages of homosexuality, and they had no choice but to
She's not a local girl.
Yeah, they had to jump off the Two Lovers Point. It's just the radical retelling. I'm sure somebody you're agreeing with me. I know you're agreeing with me out there in radio and TV land. Where are we? 8:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888 TALK. There's going to be weather today. It's going to be kind of like it was yesterday, so you might have to deal with a little bit of the touch and go. I still got my 5 miles in yesterday, even though Strava might not actually say that. It was actually 5 miles.
Rain or shine.
Because I paused.
If it's raining, we train.
We train in, right? So I was making my way. I just got here and started, and I made my way down to the Mescla across the way from John F. Kennedy High School, and it started coming down hard. And so I ducked in, in their little outdoor dining area to wait out the rain. And naturally, I paused my Garmin. And naturally,
and started
the rain,
again.
Yeah, and then the rain, kind of dissipates, and I'd forgotten to restart the Garmin. So I don't care what Strava says. It was like 5.3 miles yesterday, but it was a lot of stop and go. There were a lot of different places, nooks and crannies in the Tumon area, where I had to duck and cover. And fortunately, it was duck and covering around in some familiar places. As an example, there's that little breezeway underneath what used to be Vikings Lions Club, remember?
Yeah, I know where that's at.
I thought you might. Partly sunny
Memories.
today. Again, with highs near 86 degrees, east-northeast winds, 18 to 20 miles an hour. We might see some gusts as high as about 25. Partly cloudy in the forecast, overnight lows of about 76 degrees, mostly sunny on Tuesday. There's the good news. With highs near 86 degrees, I got mostly cloudy and scattered showers on Tuesday evening, and to return to partly sunny skies and more scattered showers on Wednesday. Going to be breezy over the next bunch of days as well. See some winds today, maybe gusting as high as about 25, as high as 28 on Wednesday. So that's kind of, wow, keep your eye out for that. Pull the hat off your head. With the heat index today is going to feel like 92 degrees. There's a 30% chance of rain. The rip currents and high surf warnings are in effect right now. And be very careful on either side of the island. On the eastern side of the island, there's bees over at Pirates Cove, but they're there on purpose. Jeff sent this one in here. Says, be careful, honeybees at work. Underneath the sign that says no alcoholic beverage consumption allowed. This is over at Emma's Beach, which is where we get together when we have our things. Says, that sign's not permanent, is it, Jeff? Because I can't sit in the shade of the trees at Emma's Beach without a cold one. Rip currents in effect, high surf warnings in effect, and that's because of all the wind that we've got on both sides of the island. Sunrise this morning, getting in earlier, 6:36 for sunrise today, and it's just going to keep getting earlier and earlier. Sunset tonight's going to be about 6:30. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Today's A14 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, global presence with a local home. This radio show also brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. GRMC is your healthcare partner.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
No, this is The Point. I checked. Now look, it's got the logo and everything. As we say, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. Hi, my name is Ray. It's Monday. And some of you are maybe just now getting close to the radio because you slept in, because you don't work today. And that's all right. Biba Mess tomorrow, as we say, lots and lots going on to celebrate not the discovery of the island. It's Chamorro Heritage Day, I think is the short word for it.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Today I spell it with CHAMORRO, the old-fashioned way. I suppose in the words of my... Well, I'm using the English spelling of Chamorro, because President Donald Trump has declared that English is the official language of the United States of America. How is it possible we went all this way, almost to the 250th anniversary of the founding of the country, without actually having an official language? You would think just the fact that they wrote the constitutions, etc., in English, that would be sufficient
I
of a
prefer
clue.
Pidgin, Ray.
On the other hand, who are they trying to take money away from now that maybe has been exploring different languages or whatever, trying to maybe stand up a little bit more by way of history and culture, etc., and using federal dollars to get it done. I was thinking about that because we've got a language commission here on Guam, and I wonder how much of that is funded locally, how much of that might be getting some dough from somebody like, I don't know, USA.
A lot of money.
8:16 in the morning. Dr. Tom Shea on the line. Is he back in town? Do we know?
Mahalos.
Celebrating now the second grandbaby. Buenas and Alpha Day, and
hey,
congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a rough 8 months, I tell you. Pregnancy is not easy, especially at high risk, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm glad that she had access to some superior doctoring and knew who to talk to about maybe taking some of those complications and neutralizing them in favor of a healthy live birth.
Yes. In fact, been stressful. No one really understands the stress unless you're pregnant or gone through it. So, I've just been there to support her throughout the process. She's lost 2 babies. I don't know if you know this, but so this was the third. So baby's home, and now I have a granddaughter. Her name is Haven. Wow. So I'm happy to be back working, and looks like Guam is still politically active here, and lots of talks about everything else. So I'll re-engage, but we'll see what happens, in next year, because 2026 is election year too. So
oh boy,
we'll have to. Yeah.
The fun's already started. Last week there was a note that was floating around that said Jesse Lujan, Senator Jesse Lujan, was in as a lieutenant governor on somebody's ticket. He said no, and rightfully so, because apparently he is going to be the top of a ticket somewhere. That's the latest bit of political gossip I got this morning, is that there are now people that are beginning to raise a flag for Governor Jesse Anderson Lujan. We'll watch and see who else becomes a little bit more vocal about their participation in the upcoming election. I noted that you had posted over the weekend in the socials a picture of yourself with a sign that said you're not going anywhere. Was there any indication from somebody that you were leaving, or was that in response to the Sagua Manyagu closing down?
No. It's just over the last 5 years. I've been on Guam for going on 29 years. Yeah. This summer, August 15, I've been 29 years. I came here with the Navy, as you know. Mm-hmm. So 29 years now. So that's a long time for a doctor who's not from Guam. So I've always, not criticized, but I always interject with somebody. I always say, we got to recruit our own Guam, Guamanians back and homegrown, and that's great. I think that's great, but let's not forget, more than 70% of Guam physicians are not from Guam. Mm-hmm. And, people like me who came from the military and stayed for nearly 3 decades. So the last 5 years, I've been tossing around and say, hey, maybe I should time to hang it up, retire, and just go back to Hawaii and just teach. I'm part of the University of Hawaii faculty, so I can always get into the system there. It's not like I can't find a job. I don't need a job. I mean, I can retire. But the problem here is Guam is short, and my patients always ask me the question, hey, we heard that, you may retire. I said, yeah, I'm thinking about it. That causes a lot of stress, especially for pregnant moms. So I wanted to make sure that my patients, especially my established patients, know that I don't have no plans at the current time to retire.
Good.
So yeah.
Well, because I need you. While I count myself among your patients there at the clinic, I know I'm not one of your primaries, but we need more, not less, doctors here on Guam, and that's in all of the different specialties, including pediatrics, including baby doctors.
Yes. Well, we need, you qualify that one another state. Just a little bit of one word in front. We need good doctors, right? You don't want just any doctors just coming to Guam. That makes the situation even worse. What you want to do is always recruit good doctors with a good history, documented history. Guam have, people always said, there's people coming here, either they're from here, or they come here from the military, or they can't get a job elsewhere. This is the last resort to come to Guam, or they're in trouble or running away from something. So you have those categories that I hear that all the time, and it's true. It's not that it's false. It's true.
No, there's all kinds of people that you and I are familiar with in the last 20 some odd years that you and I have known each other. That they were clearly running from something when they found their way to Guam. 8:21 in the morning. Well, the other reason why we need you here is we need somebody knocking around that will stand up to certain parts of our establishment. In my mind, that need clarity on some of the decisions that we need to be making. We had another episode last week where Guam Memorial Hospital ran into some kind of a glitch that knocked them back into the dark ages, back into the 60s and 70s of manual systems, up to and including payroll, I believe. So we've clearly got some issues in the framing of the building that is the Guam Memorial Hospital that needs attention, and I don't think it's getting any of that needed attention from the governor's office, et cetera.
I think that needs to be addressed by Outer Loop. They've always said, hey, they don't want a public-private partnership. The governor's in charge. Well, then that's her responsibility. As I was landing, I was messaging my nurses and saying, what's going on in Guam, keep me updated. Well, the GMH has no phone lines. Well, that's not good. Everything's down. I say, there's money in the bank, and the governor now $500,000 is coming in from Mawar. She's got over 100 million in the 500 million and 100 million in the bank right now, and then you got a surplus. Oh my God, I didn't know that we had a surplus. And when I heard that, that's great because you got almost $700 million. And what did the Army Corps of Engineers said? It takes about $700 million to completely refurbish that hospital. Do it now. Why wait 8-10 years down the road? And if you really want a hospital to be built, EPOW is ready to go. You can build it there in 3 years. Why wait 8 years? People don't have time to wait that long to get good health care. If you continue this route, it's not going to get it done. It's just going to go in circles.
Well,
and I'm very disappointed.
The people are moving with their, they're voting with their wallets and they're leaving town in sufficiently high numbers. There was a friend of ours, Peter Santos, had a get-together of the Guam Police Department, members of the GPD in Las Vegas, and it looks like that was absolutely packed. Those guys should be doing law enforcement here on Guam if they're still in the working ages. And there are a lot of people that have decided that they need their kids in good schools. They need access to good hospitals and good doctors, and they're just they no longer confident that they're going to get that here. Of course, I'm sure that's not going to come up in the State of the Island address on the 12th.
Well, I think that like when you say, hey, who is running for governor, I can't wait till next year. I think we need new leadership, and in the last 6.5 years, probably one of the worst 6.5 years of the nearly 30 years I've been on Guam. I've been through so many governors. Calvo, Gutierrez, and Camacho. I've been through so many governors, and this is probably one of the worst governors that our healthcare providers can't really work with. So that's why you don't see much improvement in healthcare.
Well, basically, you have no say. Basically, you have no say,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and don't forget when the last time that you did speak up, all of a sudden you were, quote, a special interest. There was a once upon a time where every doctor on Guam, every nurse on Guam, anybody in scrubs was a hero during the COVID times. But once you start going against the noted trends here, now you're nothing but a bunch of special interests doing everything that you can to preserve your businesses and your special incomes that you get from having to go to school for 20 years.
Yeah. Those people who know me will know me. Those people who don't know me would don't know me, right? Because really, I don't really need GMH. Really, I mean, I could go GRMC to do my surgery. I go to surgery center. If you don't want me to deliver a baby, hey, fine. I don't need to go to GMH. I stay in my own clinic. I can build my own center if I want. The point here is this. GMH needs good doctors. And if they continue to chastise those good doctors, we're going to continue to stand up and we're going to fight back and we're going to say, hey, something is wrong here. The leadership is not listening, and you are the special interest to your own interest, not us. I don't have a special interest. GMH doesn't pay me. Really, they don't. I bring income to GMH. They should be very thankful, actually. Right?
Well, it's been a while, so do me a favor. The next time that you're in the baby center at Guam Memorial, next time you're on the second floor, grab me a couple of pictures. Let's see if anything has improved. Do we have adequate air conditioning for these poor moms that are going in there and have to deliver babies? Do they have all of the things that they need? The working toilets not too far away from where they have to sit out and wait the delivery, et cetera. So, I mean, I'm dying to find out.
It's terrible. Let me tell you, sometimes I don't even have drapes for patients. I don't even have the right needles that I need to finish my suturing. That's how bad it is. And when you ask for certain medication, it's NIS. NIS is a famous word at GMH, is not in stock. So that's terrible. That's terrible. And I encourage the Trump administration to really look at the federal dollars that they bring into Guam and making sure that they're well spent to the right agencies and not be misspent. And I think GURA needs to be put on notice because they got to be careful because they're using a lot of federal funds there. And what GURA is doing, they're not in the business of building hospitals or healthcare. They refuse to listen to the doctors, putting our inputs there, and we tell them, you build in Manila, who's going to staff your facility? They have not answered that question. Who's going to staff that? 100% of physicians in anesthesia lives in Tamuning. They're not going to go up there, and I talked to them already.
Well, the idea is that if we build it, they will come. Like there's some kind of magical medical palace that's going to get built that will be irresistible to white coats.
No, even GRMC struggles to get specialists in. It's a revolving door. back and forth, back and forth. It's a revolving door. You come here for 2 years. Okay, I did my diving. I did my travel through Asia. I'm done. I'm going to go back to the States. We get those doctors coming in and out. There's very rarely that you'll find a doctor like myself, Dr. Berg, Dr. Hoa, people who come here and we stay here for decades. We're committed to the people of Guam. We're committed here. So when the people of Guam, those who don't know us, say we're a special interest. Now, that doesn't make sense to me because our only interest is to make sure healthcare continues to improve.
Consider the source, Doc. Hey, we got to get together sometime soon. We'll just talk about, because as many problems as we've got around here, I think there's some green shoots. I think there are some things that we can look forward to. And I'll give you an example. And we'll talk to him soon, I hope. Is Senator Will Parkinson, and Senator Will Parkinson. I think, in my mind, in response to me and my clamoring over the decades to relieve the people of Guam from having to pay business privilege tax on food and medicine and medical equipment and feminine hygiene products and incontinence products for our older members of our community. He has put together legislation that would indefinitely end the collection of the business privilege taxes on those vital essential items from the grocery store and department stores.
Yeah, I haven't read his legislation yet, but
it was just introduced.
And I wish that these senators who's going to involve legislation in healthcare will come and talk to us first before they put it out there. Because they're not the experts in healthcare. No,
but it's a start of a healthy conversation that we have to have. I don't think it's right for the government of Guam to be making money off of tampons. I don't think it's right for the government of Guam to make money on drugs, things that people need to survive. And how many patients there are that all of a sudden find themselves needing to get dialyzed all the time, needing to get access to wheelchairs and transportation gear, up to and including, I would say, a van that they might be able to buy that now they don't have to pay the business privilege tax on that expensive vehicle because it would be removed by legislation. I think it's, I'm not going to say it's visionary because it's a vision that many states and territories have already had for an awful long time. It's about time we caught up with that.
Yeah, I agree. And if you want to make it completely fair, parity, go across the board, turn it into a sales tax. That way everybody pays the same tax. Right now, there's too many QC that's giving up by government of Guam. There's too many tax waivers here and there. Pick and choose who you want to give it to. That's not fair. The hotel industry is pretty fair, right? They're across the board. Why not the healthcare industry? The healthcare industry should be across the board parity. Somebody who say, oh, this is a nonprofit clinic. Ray, let me tell you something about nonprofit clinics, okay? It's total BS. You go into their clinic, they run it like a business. You have to go up to them there, you have to pay cash before you can see a doctor. That's not a nonprofit clinic. Come on.
Whose is that?
Well, I don't want to tell you the names here and there. Then they go, oh, Dr. Shea is, criticizing.
Well, the way, now's a good, everything needs to be out in the open. BJ Cruz just did an audit of the Medicaid and discovered that there's significant amount, there's hundreds of millions of dollars that are questionable because the vendors, the providers had not been vetted. They had not gone through a reapplication process. They're supposed to do it every 5 years. I'm sure you do. And there's a concern now that there are people that are that might be holding the bag for the government of Guam because their businesses were not legally enabled to take the payments from the federal government.
Yeah, sure. They need to go through that, of course. But you know what's even more important? I caught a little bit of Frank Campillo's talk at the Chamber of Commerce. I would have loved to be there on the stage with Frank and kind of add my input into, hey, Frank, we understand this. Frank is a business person. He's in the industry of business and how reimbursement goes. But what really is more detailed that he didn't go into is the quality of care. The quality of care. You can spend $1.2 billion, but the quality of care sucks. That's not efficient, and that's not good spending. That's wasteful. That's what you call waste, and abuse, okay? If you're going to spend $1.2 billion, you got to make sure that care that you're getting for that money is worth it.
Here.
That's what Frank forget in that conversation with the Chamber of Commerce. And, if the Chamber wants to hear the truth, then they can invite me. I'll be there. I don't have a problem telling you the truth, right?
I've never detected any of that issue. 8:31 in the morning. Doc, I'm going to let you run. You have a terrific day, and again, congratulations on another grandbaby. Keep them coming.
Well, I think two is good. 2 grandkids are good. Let me tell you, when a pregnant woman goes through a high-risk pregnancy, you wish that, hey, they never have to go through a miscarriage or go through any of those. Because when you're pregnant, anything can happen, and you count your blessing that your daughter or your loved one, your women in your life is safe and sound, and they're back home. And you count your blessing that every baby that you had delivered or whatever comes into your family, either grandkids or your own kids, that they're safe. So if you have one, treasure them.
Absolutely.
Love them, spoil them.
Doc,
Okay?
you know your history with me and my family. You've been there for our very, very fond and happy deliveries, and you've also been there in crisis moments, and I appreciate them. I appreciate
That's
you
correct.
even,
and Ray,
even more.
You never mentioned, you're so humble, you never mentioned about your son being med school.
Well, I'll leave that for the coffee wife to amplify. But you're right, and he's working with Kai Akimoto and others trying to trying to get more kids.
Listen, Kai's fine. What your son needs to do is that he needs to come and work with me. Okay, Kai is young. He needs to learn a lot of stuff. I spent 3 decades in medicine. You got to find a good mentor. Okay, Kai is a good mentor as a student, etc. Fine, but coming to the real world, I'm the guy that you got to come and mentor with. Okay?
Well, I'll let him know that an offer was publicly made. It's 8:33. I'll see you pretty soon, Doc.
That goes out to any medical students out there. And I'm I'm having one that's very interested in OB, and I'm probably going to sign her on board this coming summer.
Wow.
I'm going to get into a program in 4 years. She graduates, and then hopefully we can mentor her and come and take over my practice. That's the plan over the next 5-6 years.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm with you. There needs to be some kind of a progression. It's 8:33. I'll see you pretty soon. There's Dr. Tom Shea with us this morning on the point. I might have a couple of other interesting pictures of doctors here in the mix. Yeah, there's one in this picture. The Lincoln dinner the other night, and we've got former Governor Joe Adda, the beloved Joe Adda, and over on the other side is Kaleo Moylan, who has expressed a desire to be an official candidate in the upcoming gubernatorial race. And then there's Dr. Hao Wen, who's on the line here. This was not on the line.
Is that a ticket right there?
His name came. That would make a great ticket, don't you think?
I think so.
Yeah, beauty and brains, etc. Also getting word here that I have to wish BJ Cruz, referred to in our house as Nino BJ, a happy birthday. No idea how many he's had. But he's always been among our favorite people in the family, and for lots and lots of reasons. Always been one of my favorite guys since I've been in talk radio, because he gives me stuff to talk about when he was over at the legislature, vice speakership roles and things like that. Also now as the public auditor, there's quite a whole lot that's coming out. It seems like every time it's one of my favorite email notifications when the phone goes off and I said open up Gmail and there's something there from the public auditor. You just go, okay, I don't have to worry about coming up with a topic tomorrow. This might write itself, including some of the questioned costs that we've seen over at places like the Department of Homeland Security and Civil Defense. I think he might have chimed in a little bit on conversations over at Gura, and now the latest one here on what was it? What was I talking about there? The Medicaid money that is in question. There are, what was it? $400 some odd million that had moved through the system here on Guam, and better than half of that now fall under his questioned costs. And it's all kind of spelled out in the black and white. You don't need to go too far. It's all kind of right there in the black and white of just the executive summary. Can you imagine how much left is there to talk about? Dave Duenas also chiming in saying happy birthday to BJ. Chinese software, says Randy Landis. No, appreciate it, Randy. No, there's nothing wrong with the software. I think it might be a part. I think there might have been a false restart of the system when we put in the UPS. Dude, everybody's getting a UPS. That was another thing in the story that Donna did about the new solar farm that's going up here. It will also feature a massive battery system. So as the solar farm is feeding the Guam Power Authority, it will also feed the charging system on this battery. And then it will also, even after the sun goes down, that plant will also be able to feed into the Guam Power Authority. Unfortunately, this is not going to be happening for a couple of years. It's now that they've been approved, it will take some time to get the construction on that. So that won't necessarily be in place for a little bit. But nice to hear that they're moving in that direction. We've been wanting to get a UPS here in front of all of our equipment for an awful long time. I finally had the opportunity and the expertise to be able to do the installation, and so we had to multiple times bring the power in the building down so that we could tie in the battery to the electrical panel. I only halfway understand, and I'm a smart guy. But only halfway kind of understand how it was going and it was working until it finally got started. And here's the other thing. And anybody that's ever done something like this will kind of scratch your head. I thought we did the appropriate calculations when we were trying to figure out how big of a system that we needed, and what was going to be tied into it, were going to be the protected circuits. And as it turns out, I've got plenty of headroom on this system. So there might be a couple of times in the future that we might be making some accommodations to the panel as I start to bring in other parts of our operation into the protection that is the UPS. But to make the long story short, it looks like some of the systems that needed to fully restart only kind of halfway restarted, and that's affecting the video feed that you're watching right now. It might also impact whether or not this program is going to be on KUAM TV today. I'm going to see if I can send them another version of the feed that is recorded directly from the cameras and the audio systems in. And if that one is working all right, then if you're watching this on KUAM, you won't even know what I'm talking about. Studio time, 8:38 in the morning. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. We've got celebrity birthdays and special occasions coming up right after that.
Get ready to take off with the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
The strongest connections are built on the best network. Docomo Pacific has you covered with business fiber internet speeds up to 5 gigs and hybrid fiber internet speeds up to 200 megabits per second. Transform your business connectivity with fast, reliable, and affordable fiber solutions. And the best part, you can save even more when you bundle DTV and mole services. Visit business.docomopacific.com/fiber for everyone to learn more. Some conditions apply.
I'm sorry, one of these is funny. Today is Talking Third Person Day.
Like Elmo?
Like every congressman we know. Like Jimmy and Mike, etc. We do this, we do that. I don't know if he's talking about like my entire office or just him or him and his people in Congress. And I'm like, oh my God. It took him minutes to do that. Because like when he was a senator, it was always I, me, my. But now that he's in Congress, it's we. And I don't know. It's kind of a papal we. 8:40 on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. Hit me. What do we get?
Medicaid cuts in Congress could hurt GMH, where 63% of patients rely on Medicaid and Medicare. Calvo Select Care Administrator Frank Campilio warned that the hospital, already underpaid, would struggle to manage further cuts. He called for lobbying to eliminate the Medicaid match cap and for action on a new hospital to address the island's healthcare challenges. Meanwhile, GITA has awarded $340,000 in grants to support community projects. Recipients include the Guam Fire Department, UOG, and the Sinahanya, MTM, Jigo, and Asan Maina mayor's offices. The funds will improve public safety, education, cultural preservation, and infrastructure across the island. GITA CEO Mel Mendiola highlighted the importance of these local investments. And the John Dank Show is in the running for the California Roots Music Festival and needs votes to make it to the stage. Voting runs until the 7th. The band is celebrating their 10th anniversary and calls on Guam to support them. Vote once a day at the contest website. The link can be found on KUAM.com. And that was your last look at local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Oh, dude, can we vote more than once? Do you know?
Once a day.
Once a day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's like Pika's Best. We can you got your thing in that one time.
Once a day,
absolutely.
every day.
You got to support these guys. They're awesome. And I love all the different collabs that they work on, all the different people that they work with. It used to be, it's just get some speakers, a guitar, and some drums and whatever, and then make a band. But now you've got so many other opportunities to, as they come up, they bring all of these other bands up with them, and some of the other guys that perform. You got your what's the name of the guy who works next door? Is Slacker dude? Jed, straight up?
Jed,
yeah.
You're so messed
Slacker.
up.
What? That's our nickname for him. Why do we call him Slacker?
Huh?
Why do you call him?
He's always walking in late, man.
Oh, that one.
But, he does stuff late at night, too. So he works too much, actually.
It's music radio.
This is internal information.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, trust me, guys. If you listen to the radio back in the olden days, when I was doing it, what time's the morning show start? 6. What time do you get there? Oh no, 6:10, 6:15, something like that. I'm like,
coming.
Dude. But what about Ray? Ray was always there an hour early prepping.
You need the prep.
I need the prep. Yeah, and still to this day,
I need the prep.
even in the world of talk radio, there's prep that goes on while you guys are all still asleep. 8:42. I've been asked this by people. They say, how is it possible that you are so up to speed and you've got your you've got all the facts that you need on all the different stories that you're talking about? I said, dude, I've been here since 5. I've been awake since 4, so I've had plenty of time to get myself caffeinated. Yeah, and start breathing. Well, for some people,
the brain is hot.
There's a story I might share a little bit later on determining where your zone is and when you feel best. And for some people, it's the morning. I'm not sure if that's me, but so here we go. Celebrity birthdays today. George Miller, the guy that gave us Mad Max, is 80.
80.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the thing,
saw the future.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just the girls. Just the girls.
Yeah.
When you start thinking about the man that you want to spend any time with, never mind, right up to and including the rest of your life, you want to find somebody that is mentally prepared for the apocalypse. Now, I'm not talking about prepper guys. I'm talking about just real men. Right? I'm not talking about capri-wearing guys, shoes with no socks, man buns, that kind of thing. I'm talking about real men with that know their way around places like Home Depot. I'm not just talking about the paint section, right? Anyway, so you get yourself the Mad Max in your life. Rapper/actor Tone Loc.
Oh, the funky Cole Medina.
Guy that gave us the Wild Thing is 59 years old.
Oh, he's so young.
Yeah. It's amazing, having we're talking about being in music radio and stuff like that. I remember when being in music radio when that song first came out, and it's like, oh my God, we're gonna have to have staff meetings because we know, nudge nudge, wink wink, we know what he means when he's talking about doing the Wild Thing.
Oh yeah,
and you just go, you know what? That song in comparison with songs that are out now.
I know.
Is G-rated.
Yep.
That's like Disney rap from back in the day. The stuff that's out right now, what you hear on the radio.
Once young too.
There's another version of it on YouTube that will curdle your milk. Absolutely. That Kiss Me song, it sounds so pretty. Won't you kiss me?
Yeah.
Listen to the YouTube version of that song. Julie Bowen from Modern Family turns 55 years old.
Okay.
All right, here's one from Married with Children.
She's probably cute.
This will freak you out.
Okay.
David Faustino.
The boy?
The boy.
Okay.
From Married with Children, 51.
Oh, my God.
Still short.
Right?
4'2", 51.
This one here is worth going to war for. Jessica Biel is 43.
Oh, she's amazing.
That's Justin Timberlake's wife, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
That's how I know
For
her.
now. It's just his turn.
Here's one I like. I loved her music, but I don't know that I hear as much of it. I like to hear what else she's capable of doing. Camila Cabello is 28.
You mean Camila Cabello?
That's the one.
Yeah,
yes.
we mean her, dude. I love it when she calls me.
Yes. Happy 28th birthday. To you. Although I gotta say, if if I had a choice between Camila Cabello and like Dua Lipa.
Mm-hmm. Dua Lipa.
Mm-hmm. I like there's
I agree.
Yes. For no other reason, the Electricity song.
She's so
I don't know what is it about that song that just
she doesn't have like daddy issues. I think
it's just a hit with every woman in the world. All right, so we got the special events for today. It's Canadian Bacon Day. Online, there's another one that rhymes with huck that I can't say or should not say on the radio. Canadian Bacon
Pineapple.
Day. I like this.
Truck.
It's Employee Appreciation Day.
All right.
Hey, employees, I appreciate you.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Employee A, B, C, D. It's I Want You to Be Happy Day. Oh, that's special. You right? Send that to your ex. Send that to your. I just want you to be happy.
Show you with kindness.
National Anthem Day.
Do you know the words?
All of the words.
Yeah, we do.
All the words. Will Parkinson.
We know better. We know better.
Sang it every morning at school.
It's Cold Cuts Day.
Okay.
I have. I like bologna.
Oh yeah.
I like it better. You know, after I learned how to slice bologna the right way, so that when I put it in the frying pan, it didn't curl up.
Oh yeah.
Very, very, very important.
Yeah, because it's gonna fold on you.
I like salami, and I like the Genoa, that brand of salami.
All of those
Actually,
are
the
good
one from San
fried up.
Francisco. The one from San Francisco is good. You got to kind of heat it up a little bit, get some of that oil out.
Smell it.
Yes, I know. It's Namesake Day. Who are you named after, Joe? There's
Jesus'
another
stepdad.
Jesus'
stepdad, Joseph.
The carpenter?
Yeah. Well, I'm going all the way back. I was thinking maybe there was another Joe or Joseph Cruz in your family that your folks named you
my
after.
grandfather was Jose.
Was it Jose?
Yeah, so
okay.
they didn't.
So mine. I am a namesake of my grandfather Raymond Underwood.
Oh wow.
My legal name, my bank name is William. And when he found out about that, he said a couple of things, and then they said, okay. So tell you what, we'll call him Raymond. We'll call him Raymond.
Wait.
The birth certificate name is William.
So even in your birth certificate, it's not William Raymond Gibson?
It's William Raymond Gibson.
Oh,
no one ever called you Bo?
But no, oddly. I like it when people call me Bo.
Yeah,
but
I think that's like a Ray thing, isn't it?
It is a Ray thing. That's the local Ray is Bo, but very few people call me that.
I always wondered that.
There might only be a couple of other people that have ever referred to me as Bo, and yeah, that's me. That's who you're talking about. But so I'm named after my grandfather. Donna, who are you named after? Madonna?
Here we go.
No.
Donna Summer.
It's a combo of my dad's mom and my mom. I don't want to tell you my full legal name because I had it changed.
Right. Okay, I got it. Filipino
sweet.
thing?
Marites.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Noted, as we say.
He's hiding from the authorities, Ray.
It's Finishers Medal Day. This is important now. So here I am. I always low-key brag about getting my walks in. So they've got these things. They're all over social media, right? These little medallions that you can get, like Walk to Stonehenge or a Tokyo Walkabout, where you put in your miles, and then your phone, there's an app on it that will tell you where, if you were in Japan and you started the trek, where you would be in the country. Really, really cool. They're about $35, $36 each, so you can sign up, and then they get these really, really cool medallions.
Oh, you're talking
back.
about that Conqueror Challenge, right?
Yeah, Conqueror Challenge.
Yeah, I like that one. There's one for Lord of the Rings.
You should join.
No. That's a long walk.
They're like 45. They're not long walks. They're long runs that you got to do a whole bunch of. But I do like 5 miles a day.
I don't want to go there.
So I figured in like 5 days I could earn myself all of these medals. The only thing is I don't want to have to pay for it. Anyway, get a Finishers Medal Day. We got Kick the Fat gonna be coming up before too much longer. I don't know if everybody gets one. And congratulations now to all of the runners with contacts and connections on Guam that ran in the Osaka Marathon last week and the Tokyo Marathon that took place over the weekend. A friend of mine actually ran in that. It's mulled wine day today, Peach Blossom Day. Oh, my God.
The peaches are coming.
What? Oh.
Japanese peach wine.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. What if cats and dogs had opposable thumbs day?
Some do. No, they don't. They just have thumbs, but I don't think it's opposable.
The cats would kill us.
Meow meow, yeah.
The cats would absolutely find it.
They would choke you.
They could hold a knife
around your neck.
If they had opposable thumbs. The cats could hold a knife.
Butterfly knife.
Yeah. It's Talking Third Person Day and World Wildlife Day. So get out there and find some wildlife. Donna, that's enough for you. Get out of here. 8:51 and change in the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888 TALK. And just because I have nice legs and I like to show them off, this is a picture on screen. My buddy Johnny. Johnny, you saw me over the weekend getting my my walk-in. As you can see, there's no tourists around me that needed saving.
No.
So I was in a good spot walking around. Got my coffee.
That's those Under Armour shorts?
Yes, Under Armour, yes, splits.
Yeah, I like them.
They're splits.
God, those are like 3-inch inseam. 2?
3. At 2, it's nuclear. 50% fallout.
Yes.
851 and did you find me a senator?
I'm trying, man. Will, right? Your neighbor?
Yeah,
I'm gonna try
my
again.
neighbor.
I'm going to try again.
No, it's fine. I just, as usual, the information that I'm looking for is not available on the legislature's website. Bill number 71-38. They changed it up here, so all I can see now, I got a link to. Yeah, just the front page as usual. But what I want is the actual language in the bill. 71-38, introduced by Senator Will Parkinson to indefinitely suspend the business privilege tax on baby products, feminine hygiene products, food, incontinence products, medical devices, and medicine. And to cite the act as the Guam Crisis Readiness and Economic Relief Act of 2025. There was a story that Saety Gilbert and Julianne Hernandez did a couple of weeks ago over at the PDN. And it was, I've held on to it because it's, in my mind, it's that weighty. Guam's overall food, gas, medical care costs are up 6.5% in the third quarter of 2024. Right? So we're not talking about OMG right now information. Can you imagine once all of that gets caught up with real time? And they should have, because I've been talking about doing this for a long time, is eliminating these taxes on things that, everybody needs it. Look, if you didn't need it, they wouldn't have food stamps on it, right? You wouldn't be able to go to public health and get yourself some kind of, means testing so that you could afford, you just talk to these people on food stamps. Don't worry, they're not worried about the price of eggs, right? Everybody else, though, is worried about the price of eggs. Everybody is worried that the costs are going up. There was a restaurant that was in the socials the other day, and they were, God, it's one of two different things that we're seeing now is going out of business, but this place wasn't going out of business. They just sent out word over the social media that their prices were going up, and in some cases up significantly in order to cover the extra prices that they have to pay on the wholesale side, and all of their costs are going up, electricity, et cetera. So we need to figure out if we can get some kind of relief on that, and in my mind, among the best ways, and I talked to Ginger Cruz about this last week as well. Among the best ways is to provide holidays for all of these different kinds of things. Of course, Ginger was like, well, we're only talking about a couple of bucks here and a couple of bucks there on a $200 purchase. I'm like, whoa. Hey, you don't know how I live. You don't know whether that $2 or $3 might be more meaningful on other things. But hey, look, drugs are expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about, the aisle at Payless where you and I get our drugs. There are people here that are paying significant amounts of money in drugs that they need every single day, right? So if we can find a way to relieve the people of Guam on that 5% business privilege tax, and I suppose maybe I'm okay with the 5% business privilege tax virtually every place else. 8:55 on the Ray Gibson Show. There's more of that conversation on the way, I suppose. Send me young people who wants to learn, says Bunker Menno. Chris Frank says, I saw tourists at the airport walking to the edge of the parking lot looking for the sidewalk to walk to their hotel. Sad, there are no shuttles or safe sidewalks from the airport. They were forced to take a $40 cab. I'm Joe. Sorry, Joe. What? Chris, Frank, Donna, Chris.
You sound like my mom.
Right?
This is all my siblings' names before they get to mine.
Which one are you again? Oh, I can't tell you how many times I've called Mayumi Mana. I've called her Marianne.
Oh my God.
Just whatever. Just respond to a name. I need to tell you something. Anyway, Chris, I understand. I'm not going to say it's going to happen right away, but when we spoke last with Vince Ariola of the Department of Public Works, who is probably enjoying today some goofing off time at Pappy's Ranch down south, he indicated in that conversation that they are And they have plans, and I believe they've got the money for it too, to go from the Donkey Village, that intersection, all the way up to the airport. Yeah? Yeah. And maybe widen the lanes where they need to be widened, correct areas, because that whole corridor there, the airport expansion, because there used to be a Route 10 once upon a time, but we used to have a Naval Air Station in Ganya around that time as well. So for a lot of people, that was the shortcut from Route 8 to Marine Corps Drive, or Route 16 to Marine Corps Drive, and then we got our hands on the base. And so that one road that came out of the airport, we only ever needed one road to come out of the airport and link up with Route 10 to get to Marine Corps Drive. It began to show the frailties of that. And even when you drive by now, you can take a look at the intersection and go, "This was an afterthought. This was how we're going to make it work, even though it kind of sucks." So it's not perfect. So they're going to try to make it perfect. And among the things that I think they should have had the donkey people build in order to get the QC and the ABC paperwork and all of that was a sidewalk that starts at the Guam International Airport and goes. We'll go right through Donkey, make it one of these big ass Tumon size, 10-foot wide
Golden
sidewalks.
Brick Road.
Exactly, exactly. Have it connect up with other golden brick roads that lead right down to Tumon, but they didn't, and so apparently that's going to be taken care of with federal money, and that's part of the process moving forward. 8:58 and change. Jesse Nanette, Aurelio Paredo online. Dan Brennan Fausto. Who else is playing around? JB St. Nicholas says raining here in Tokyo. What are you doing listening to the program in Tokyo, JB? What could possibly be going on here on Guam on a holiday Monday? Yeah, that you're going. Oh man, I'm in Japan. I'm vacationing.
Of you, Ray.
Yeah. I could be eating a nice breakfast somewhere, noodle shop. Oh yeah, Akihabara.
Those fat fluffy pancakes.
Bro, go find. I don't think it's known as that anymore. But the Tsukiji Fish Market. There's a new fish market now. Go find that.
Oh, and sushi.
Go and yes, fresh right now. It was swimming this morning, and now it's sushi. So good. If you can get into places like that, if you're on vacation, I give you permission to take a week or two off. What's that? David Faustino became religious after the Ted Bundy corrupted his mind in the program. Really? You think? Randy Landis, Gina Marie Tenorio called. There's When Roey online. Joe Takai, is it me or is Ray speaking lips? Yeah, it looks like an old Kung Fu movie. We'll see if we can get that corrected by tomorrow. Actually, we try to get corrected by the Veterans with Benefits program tonight. Seconds away from the top of the hour. Here it is. We getting into mess tomorrow. It's tomorrow month. We got celebrations going on later on. It's actually going on all over the place, but the big deal, obviously, is going to be down in South. Today with the reenactment. That should be about 2 o'clock. Rain or shine. If we can make the huts burn, we've got a reenactment going on because that's what Magellan did back in the day. That's all right. Filipinos took care of him when he did. When he got who's the guy that killed him? Was the Filipino guy got him?
Marcus.
It's 10. Sorry, it's not 10. It's 9 and change. It will be. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Much progress. I'm Daria Albinger, Fox News. The second phase of a Gaza ceasefire is looking less and less likely. Israel says it will not allow any more goods to enter Gaza over what it called Hamas's refusal to accept a proposal to extend the expiring initial stage of the ceasefire and hostage release deal.
Hamas steals the supplies and prevents the people of Gaza from getting them. It uses these supplies to finance its terror machine, which is aimed directly at Israel and our civilians. And this we cannot accept.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is also threatening additional consequences and a return to war. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says Europe and its allies know what they must do to end Russia's war with Ukraine.
Those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting.
Leaders from Europe, Canada, and NATO met with President Zelensky to draw up a security plan, but they say they will need help from the U.S. if it's to be successful. Ukrainian leader Zelensky met privately yesterday with the British Prime Minister a day after the blow-up in his White House meeting with President Trump. The Vatican says Pope Francis is resting after several tough days, including a bronchospasm, which made him undergo a non-invasive procedure to restore his breathing. The pontiff has been alert responses, and the Vatican says he even did some work. He's been at Rome's Gemelli Hospital since February 15th. President Trump preparing to address a joint session of Congress this Tuesday night. He is expected to tout the accomplishments he's made in the week since he has been inaugurated. Democrats are working on their response. America's listening to Fox News.
Celebrating the 176th year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S. flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Wildfires broke out over the weekend, causing evacuations in the Carolinas. More than 5,000 acres are affected over the states.
A fire in the Carolina forest doubled in size to a roughly 1,200-acre fire, causing evacuations. This is just one of many fires burning on the East Coast that broke out this weekend amid dangerous wildfire conditions. Wildfires have been reported in multiple locations, including the Delmarva Peninsula, Georgia, and the Carolinas. The Fox Weather Center says a combination of low humidity, gusty winds, and dry vegetation increase the danger of the fire spreading out of control.
That's Fox's Christina Coleman reporting. Clock is ticking toward a partial government shutdown as Congress tries to solidify a budget deal. More with Fox's Madeline Rivera.
The federal government runs out of money on March 14th, and as that deadline quickly approaches, lawmakers on Capitol Hill say they're leaning toward a short-term spending bill to keep the government open. Democrats, though, have one key demand. They want assurances that President Trump won't move to unilaterally cut cash flows appropriated by Congress, which they say is against the law. Republicans have balked at that ask, but House Speaker Mike Johnson suggests he is open to not incorporating the cuts DOJ has made into this funding bill, adding that is an issue Republicans can address later on. Some Republicans will likely be frustrated at the thought of passing a clean continuing resolution, or CR, saying they don't want to fund programs DOJ has already slashed.
Some Democrats have criticized cuts made by DOJ, saying that they benefit wealthy individuals and corporations, but not working Americans. And the Oscar goes to, you won't hear those words from Harrison Ford tonight. The 82-year-old actor has bowed out of his role as a presenter after saying he's developed shingles, a potentially painful rash which could lead to life-threatening complications. I'm Daria Albinger. This is Fox News.
People cancel their Netflix subscriptions all the time. And guess what? Netflix doesn't care. Why? Time is definitely on their side. I'm Kim Commando for NetSuite. You can download the CFO's Guide to Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning for free at netsuite.com/Kim. Over at Apple TV Plus, Disney Plus, Hulu, Max, and Google, they do care. Because in most cases, when they lose a subscriber, they usually stay gone. But over at Netflix, when you cancel, research shows that 50% of the time, you'll be back within 6 months. Usually less. Give it a whole year, and a full 2/3 are back again. Then for every streamer, there's something called churn rate. That's the number of subscribers who are quitting. Here again for Netflix, with its huge subscriber base, its churn rate is only 2%. So if you're about to quit Netflix this weekend, go ahead. They're not going to mind very much. They're like a casino. Odds are you'll be back, and soon. Be sure to sign up for my free newsletter at getkim.com. What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts and you'll get 10 answers. Rates rising or falling, inflation being up or down. Can someone please invent a crystal ball? Until then, over 41,000 businesses have future-proofed their business with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR all into one fluid platform. With one unified business management suite, there's one source of truth, giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions. With real-time insights and forecasting, you're peering into the future with actionable data. When you're closing the books in days, not weeks, you're spending less time looking backward and more time on what's next. And speaking of opportunity, you can now download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/Kim. The guide is free for you at netsuite.com/Kim. That's netsuite.com/Kim. netsuite.com/Kim.
Turn ordinary into extraordinary with the Samsung Galaxy S25. Head to IT&E to discover all that your true AI companion can do. From stunning photos in every light to an assistant that understands every word and more incredible features. Get yours today and bring home up to $200 in gift certificates, a storage upgrade, and a free gift. Visit ite.net or stores for details. IT&E. Connections that matter.
Ultima. Titan. Even the iconic Z. Nissan Guam wants to make up to 6 months payments on your next car, truck, or SUV. That's right, up to 6 payments on us. Or choose APR as low as 2.99%. Get pre-qualified for financing in just minutes. First timer, we've got you covered with our exclusive first-time buyer program. Don't miss the Ride of the Nissan sales event for a limited time only. On approved credit. Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Their services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Okay, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Marina Grill. You're going to be headed south anyway because it's Mes tomorrow, Heritage Day. I gotta say it like that. I can't say it the way Peter Santos wants me to say it on the online. But I get the message. Happy tomorrow, Heritage Day, and if you're on your way down to Maddox and you get hungry, swing by the Marina Grill. In fact, maybe that ought to be your thing. So get down to Marina Grill about noon. Order up your favorite sandwiches or burgers. They've got an incredible pica burger there. There's a bacon cheeseburger. There's a steak and bacon cheeseburger. And maybe if you're already prepped for Lent and all of that stuff, they got a bunch of fish items that you can get your hands on and around and in your mouth as well. Tuna poke, fried gizzards, awesome appetizers. So try to get done by about, I don't know, I'm thinking like 1:30, 1:45-ish. Perfect. And then you drive down to Umatic, and that's when they're going to have the what is it, the replay of the burning of the huts.
Remix.
Yeah, the remix of the thing.
Magellan remix.
Yeah, and it's topless today, too. The guys are probably going to be topless.
You have to.
The guys that are representing the Chamorro men are probably going to be topless in anything. Anyway, so go and check out the reenactment. It's going to take place about 2 down in Badaland in Umatic. Just drive until you get there. It's 9:09 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. And I think that's about it. Marina Grill, stop by there first in Agate.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
10 after 9, Real Joe's shouting through the window. I got Senator Will Parkinson on the line. He'd wear a suit to the White House.
He sure would.
He would wear a suit, not like that Zelensky guy show up in his bargain tactical outfit or something like that. Yeah, I get it. You're at war, and so you always have to look like you're at war, except you're in Washington, D.C., and you were asked to wear a suit by the President of the United States of America from the country and the taxpayers that have already given you hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. Just saying. Let me get
want to get this on the line here because I want to start off with congratulations and kudos. I told you the stories about the attaboys and aw shucks, and there's a couple of aw shucks in there that have wiped out some of the Will Parkinson attaboys, but he's building up the inventory of attaboys once again with the introduction of the suppressor legislation and noise suppression legislation, and now the introduction of what I would hail as a revolutionary concept for the government of Guam and everyone on Guam that eats. Good morning, Senator Parkinson. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Ray, and good morning, Guam. How are everyone doing this fine holiday?
You know what? I'm doing okay. Can I ask you a question? I need you to ask your wife something.
Sure.
How does she cook marongay?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How does she cook marongay?
How does she cook marongay? Shoot. Babe, how do you cook marongay?
It's an Ask a Filipino question because I thought I knew. I thought I understood how to cook it. I thought it was the leaves until I saw a bunch of Filipino contract workers that absolutely raided a marongay tree not too far away from the radio station, and they were getting the long, look like bean things and shoving those in a bag. So I'm kind of curious as how do you know which one to take off the tree? Because if you wait too long, they get kind of woody and big seeds in them. But I think if there's a just right that you can get it and then throw that in and cook it up and eat the seeds inside. That's what I think. So,
well, I have an authentic Filipino here, and she will tell you how to cook barangay. Explain, my love. You're on the Ray Gibson show. Tell everybody about barangay.
Barangay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to know how to cook barangay.
Kamusta kayo? Magandang umaga.
Magandang umaga.
It's nice to hear from you. It's always better to see you. But I'm just kind of curious. In fact, my neighbors in the back have got marongay trees, and every once in a while they'll come over to my side. But I don't know which part do I take and how do I cook it. So it's the long green stem, right?
Yes. So you only take the leaves. That's it. Just the leaves.
Just
like one by one.
Just the leaves?
Yes, sir.
But what about the thing that looks like I was going to say it's green bean, like a long green bean.
Oh, no, just the leaves.
Just only the leaves.
Yeah, we always do that in tinola.
Yes.
So, I haven't tried anything crazy yet. So far it's only the leaves.
Yes. Randy Landis going marongay. Yes. I think there's a lot of different ways that you can say it. Rico says can add to the chicken tinola. So you're absolutely right. But I know of. I've never seen it in any of that. So I think I'm going to have to go and next time you guys got something going on and you cook it, let me know.
Next time we have some chicken tinola, we'll send some your way, neighbor.
You're the man. You're the man.
Definitely.
Okay, my dear, I'm going to let you go back to taking care of the baby. I'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you, Paul. 888-8255, 888-TALK. We had to have a segment in the program. Ask a Filipino a question. What do you think? We start. Where'd that brutal fight concept come from?
Diversify a little bit. See some new things that we haven't seen before.
Sure. Anyway, 9:14. I wanted to thank you very much. Somebody over at the legislature has finally done what I've wanted to see done for years. And as it turns out, it's not another conservative Republican like me that's trying to figure out ways that we can save some money for virtually every human being on Guam. It is Democrat Senator Will Parkinson with the introduction now of a new bill, 71-38. I can read. I've read this a couple of times already. The Once Upon a Time version of it, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to talk about this measure and what kind of ways it could save, like I said, significant, vital money for every single consumer on Guam.
Well, first off, you do me a favor, Ray, because I don't have the bill in front of me, but could you read the wonderful title of the bill?
Will do.
And that'll give us kind of a launching point to start this discussion.
71-38 is an act to indefinitely suspend the business privilege tax on baby products, feminine hygiene products, food, incontinence products, medical devices, and medicine. And when we start talking about medical devices, I'm going to say that goes from everything from a bedpan to a van to take people, if you got the money for it and if you've been prescribed this is how we're going to get you back and forth to dialysis, then that's should be included in all of this. So no more business privilege tax on all of these. I consider them vital.
Yes, and I do too. I believe that these things are necessary for the preparation of Guam for civil defense purposes, because when we were talking about the resolution to ask for air raid shelters and stuff, we were talking about just civil defense in general. And one of the things that came up was it would be necessary for individual people to do their own due diligence and stockpile some supplies and necessities in case we were to have a terrible event like that, whether it be a typhoon or war or pestilence. Regardless of what four horsemen of the apocalypse come through, it is incumbent on us to be ready. And to do that, we need to stockpile our necessities, our food, our medicine, our medical our medical devices, our feminine hygiene products, our baby formula. All those things are going to be necessary for people to stockpile. So I thought that it was important for us to introduce this legislation so now we can have a way to lower these prices of these things and give the people of Guam an opportunity to begin stockpiling essential resources.
What an interesting vehicle, if you will, to advance the concept. I was just wanted to do it because I don't think it's appropriate for the government to make money off of people's daily needs like food, and for many people, medicine and medical supplies. The idea of female hygiene products and incontinence products never even crossed my mind, but whatever. I think that for many people, those are not nice to haves. They're you need them, ladies. Need them once a month, and for folks that are experiencing incontinence issues, that's daily. That's like Pampers, baby. Literally.
Yeah, and if we ever run into a situation where our supplies from the state side are cut off, which is a very real thing that could happen in the chaotic world, it's incumbent on us to have the things that we need. I'm a person that uses a medical device too, so I want to make sure that I'm able to afford extra parts in case something goes down in a situation where we can't get things over here. And I believe I'm not the only one. Other people are in the same boat. Everyone's got their own particular needs and desires, and so I made this as broad as possible so that whatever people need to do to be able to prepare, to stockpile, because really this is the inception of this, is really this idea that we need to be prepared, right? Like some really serious things are happening on the horizon, and we can't be sleepwalking through this life pretending that we're separate from this world. We're not. We're living in a very interconnected world, and a lot of really crazy things is happening on the world stage. And to that end, we should be prepared. We, the people of Guam, as an individual island, should be prepared, and us individuals should be out there stockpiling everything we need. So I think this is an important piece of legislation for civil defense, and that's why I've introduced it.
Okay, can I and I appreciate that. Not, as I said, the direction I thought we were going to be going to. And if you're watching on the visuals, I've got an actual stockpile. Bunker Meadow is stateside right now and living someplace where it's, as you say, if the planes stop coming, if the trucks stop going to the grocery store, he's ready for it. He's got all kinds of preserves, all kinds of supplies, all kinds of fermented goods that are sitting there waiting for the apocalypse to come. And if it's needed, he's got everything that he needs in one place. I'm going to assume that he's got all the medication that he needs. Otherwise, in another location in the house. I was kind of looking at it, as I've mentioned, from the perspective of just taxpayers and the needs of the government of Guam that don't necessarily need to be balanced on our paying business privilege taxes on groceries and on medicines and, as you say, some of these important supplies. Because I just wanted it to be, I just wanted not to have to pay taxes on things that are required for daily living. We got kids that go to school, and there's all kinds of costs that parents have to bear every year at back to school time because there's a finite number of resources that the schools can provide for the students. So they got to go get uniforms. They've got to get filler paper. They've got to get binders, those incredible scientific calculators. And I'd like to extend a business privilege tax holiday around back to school time to virtually every kind of computing device, whether it's a Chromebook or whether it's an iPad or a MacBook or a Microsoft Surface. I think that we need to start looking at those kinds of things. And are we not better if our children are more prepared for school? So you're coming at it from kind of a prepper angle. I'm coming at it from there's just a ton of needs that we ask of parents and citizens that the government shouldn't be making money on.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm gonna speak with a little bit of nuance here because it would be easy for me as somebody in the minority to throw out some very clickbaity things like, hey, let's go reduce the BPT or let's go all these things. But that's easy for me to do as the minority because I'm kind of sitting here in the peanut gallery, being able to throw rocks at the majority, and they're the ones that actually have to govern. So out of due respect to my Republican colleagues, I'm not going to put them in the position where I'm going to suggest a tax cut where I'm not going to be the primary person making the decisions. I'll be our budget chair, Chris Duenas, And so if this is a major change, across the board BPT cuts or tax, whatever major change our majority wants to do, that's going to have to come primarily from within, from the budget chair or for whoever is taking the lead on that. For good governance, I'm not going to try and grandstand on something when I'm I didn't grandstand on these ideas when I was in the majority. I'm sure not going to do it now in the minority. However,
well, allow me to do a little bit of grandstanding for you. I think this is an idea whose time for Guam has definitely come. There are all kinds of other places. You know this. There's all kinds of other municipalities and states that many years ago have begun to forgive business privilege taxes on all kinds of things.
I don't necessarily disagree with that as a concept. Yeah. But I do think that is something that our new majority need to take the lead on because they're the ones going to be running the show. And I'm going to do my best to work with them in whatever capacity I can. But I do recognize that, I'm not running the show on here, but I am willing to help and I am willing to be a good colleague to them.
Right.
But I am introducing this legislation now because while I do believe in not introducing these things, I think this one is necessary for our civil defense preparation. Like I said before, the one thing that keeps me up constantly at night as a senator is what's going on in the foreign policy of the world, because that is something that was out of our control, and it's constantly on my mind. And so that's why I introduced this bill, because I think civilian protection and defense is of primary importance, and I want to continue to drive the conversation to the people of Guam must be prepared, and this is a vehicle to lower prices so those people can more easily be prepared to stockpile, to make sure they have what they need, so that when the worst day of our lives potentially comes, we will be ready.
As I said, I'm not going to be critical of any intentions or whatever moving vehicle you want to attach this to. As a taxpayer, as a consumer here on Guam, it just occurs to me that the people of Guam need some kind of a relief. You guys like the idea. Some of you like the idea of putting a visible tax on my receipt. That's great. I don't know how that's going to help me save any money. There was a conversation that Ginger Cruz had brought up, somewhat critical of Sean Gumatautau's legislation that would repeal the increase of the 5% business privilege tax and take it back down to 4%. She thinks in this day and age where there's so much federal spend that's going to be going on, that would be a mistake. But she did not necessarily poo-poo my idea of taking tax holidays on certain other items. She just didn't think it was going to be enough to make a difference. But I don't have that. I don't want to say silver spoon, but I'm going to. I don't have that silver spoon. Every savings that I can get is something I can take advantage of to help put the kids through college. Know what I mean?
Absolutely. And one of the things I'm looking to push this next, and then, maybe if you speak to some of my Republican colleagues, you can help push this idea for me. But in the continuing resolution, or not continuing resolution, the continuing report of expenditures, we now have enough money to do a power credit. So we have enough money now that in the next session we could potentially pass a power credit and extend that $100 power credit and gets us closer to the new Okudu power plant becoming a fully operational Death Star, if you will.
I would advocate for that as well if the money is there for it. But I don't know that the political will still exists at ADLOOP. Didn't they pass on the last opportunity you sent up?
Well, I mean, when there's a will, there's a way, and I would be willing to override a governor's veto if they were to try and veto the $100 power credit. And so if my Republican colleagues are willing to stand with me on the power credit, there's 9 of them and 1 of me. That's 10 votes, baby. We can make this go all the way.
There's all kinds of trading that could be taking place over at the legislature on a number of issues, up to and including hospital, et cetera. So maybe it's time for some Trump-like dealing to occur at the legislature.
Yeah, and honestly, as you can see in my previous term, I was probably the best deal maker in the legislature. None of my bills were passed strictly on party lines. I passed all my bills with bipartisan support. And so I intend to continue my history of bipartisan support and working across the aisle, because for me, I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat. A good idea is a good idea. Let no good ideas go to waste.
Don't disagree with you. And as I have my conversations with members of the majority over at the legislature, I'll be sure to bring up those points. 9:27 in the morning. Senator Will Parkinson on the line with me now. We're heralding the conversation about bill number 71, just introduced. And for whatever the reason behind it, whatever the legislating findings are, I'm going to support it, and I'm going to ask my Republican friends to support it as well. And we'll not view them I will view them in a harsh light if they don't find ways to likewise support that. Public hearing last week on the suppressor legislation. Looks like that's a go show for the most part. There's notable opposition to it from at least one of our Point family here. But it seems to me that the majority of the rest of this audience seems to have embraced it.
Yeah, and the suppressor bill is one of those legislation that is really common sense, that when you sit down and you listen to the testimony for it, it really makes a case for it. And I mean, when you look at the legislative history across the country, the last 2 people to sign suppressor legislation were 2 Democratic governors, both of them females. So I mean, we're right on pace. It shows that even across the country, that this is a common sense issue that cuts across party lines. And I think we'll be able to potentially get this through this legislature without having to fight a veto override. Because I think that this governor didn't veto the Castle Doctrine bill, so I think there is kind of a softening of their stance on gun legislation, considering the public safety need for the people to be able to protect themselves.
Well, there's a conversation about a growing public safety issue here that we've got here on Guam. It stems from the crystal methamphetamine, and until we can find a way to control.
Can't even keep it out of the freaking AG's office. Like, boy, we're toast. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What? What happened?
We can't even keep it out of the AG's office. Like, of course we got a meth problem. It's real bad.
Right. Yes. If there's your sign. That's how bad it is. Is it's showing up over at the Attorney General's office, and he's got employees that were tested for it positive. And so that saga has not run its course just yet. But if there was ever an indication that we've got a problem, it's right there in front of everybody. So we've got to do something about that. And until we can do something about it, we need to be able to find ways to further protect the people of Guam, and in some cases allow them to be able to protect themselves. Rico Blancaflor online asking you to add stand your ground to the local Castle Doctrine. He's I'm too old to fist fight and too slow to run. Interesting conversation. So work if you can on all of those things. Dude, I'm going to let you run. You have a terrific day, and thank your wife for the cooking lesson.
Oh, absolutely. You have a great day, neighbor.
Exactly.
So,
what he said.
Little gracious today. So it was wonderful. wonderful to talk with you all, and thank you to the people of Guam. I hope people aren't feeling the doom and gloom of what I'm saying about preparing. You know, it's a serious issue. I don't want people to panic, but I do want people to take it seriously. So God bless people of Guam, and thank you.
No problem. We are not having enough of those conversations.
That was pretty heavy, man.
Well,
He laid it
there's
on.
heavy. There's heavy.
Is he trying to run for governor?
I don't care.
Okay.
But what is known is that China has a bomb that's named the Guam Killer. They've actually done that. We've seen the hyperbole coming out of there and the histrionics coming out of China. They've even made some kind of a video where they're showing this thing is supposed to be dropped. They stole the video. They stole the visual from that movie called The Rock with Sean Connery in it. You remember the Alcatraz story? Anyway, so they stole the visual from that, but it's pretty clear what they're talking about. And there were visuals coming out of North Korea, where they were having conversations about where they wanted to plant bombs. And it was very clear in the footage that I saw and the angles that I saw. That was a map of Anderson Air Force Base. I recognize Guam from the sky like I know what I smell like. And so it's clear to me that we've got enemies in the region. And I always ask the question, what's going to happen when the bright flash comes? What's going to happen when when there's no new food or medicine coming in on the boats because there's no place to offload them? The port's gone. What happens when we can't fly anything in here because the airport's gone? What's going to happen then? Does everybody have a stockpile like Bunker has? You know, there's I think it's called 30 Seconds After. I've made mention of this book many times. And it's a conversation about what would happen if somebody lit up a nuke, not on Guam, over Guam, just enough so that there would be an EMP blast sufficient to wipe out every piece of electronics on the island that's not locked away in a Faraday cage. And your car's not going to work, and the phone's not going to work, and the TV's not going to work, and the radio's not going to work. And then you know what's going to happen is I'm going to go up to the radio station tower, and I'm going to put a standby, transmitter in place that's been in a Faraday cage. You know what's going to happen? Then they're going to light up another one, and they'll just keep going.
Hit everything else.
Yeah, until they've gotten to our primary and our backup systems. And this is all of this stuff has already been.
Wait, so there'll be no internet?
There won't be anything.
I'm going to freak out if there's no internet.
No, we go back 200 years, maybe.
Yeah.
And just like that.
I'm going to start making alliances and friends.
Well, yep. I have got an idea in my head about how to do that. You know, there's where I'm at, there's one way in and one way out, right? So actually, one way in and another way out. It's just basically a tube. So I get one of my buddies up in the top. To disable a couple of vehicles and park them up so that nobody can come in. We'll do the same thing down around the bottom, and then we'll build our own little neighborhood militia to keep track of all of the guns and the ammunition and the food and the water and the women. Take care of all of that stuff. And then figure out, what to do with the people that are going to be dying on a pretty big basis. I mean, anybody that needs insulin to live, that requires electricity and refrigeration. What happens when that doesn't work anymore? All of that stuff.
Oxygen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so if you're going to want to, if you find yourself in the wrong village and need to walk home any more than a few miles, could you physically make the trip?
Yeah.
No.
Especially with people trying to take your shoes and your watch.
Yeah. So it's just that's why I told you, if you're gonna marry, if you're gonna find somebody in your life to be with, and I'm not even it should be a Mad Max kind of survival kind of guy, somebody that can do all of that stuff. So just saying,
or a chick that could,
or chick, lumberjack chick.
Yeah,
you know which ones I'm talking about?
Big back.
Yeah, childbearing hips. 9:34. Your bicycle will still work, though, says Mr. Weeda People. Now, this is true. This is true, but you're going to have to be able to navigate that bicycle around all the cars that are going to be stuck on the road.
We're going to run you over and take your bike.
Yeah, this sidewalks.
Take your bike, dude.
The sidewalks that we put handy utility poles in the middle of. There you go. That's going to work out for everybody. I don't know. It's a doomsday scenario, to be sure, and I don't necessarily have a problem with him having those thoughts. I don't know that there's going to be a massive bunker system that the federal government is going to start building, in in the build massive tunnel systems in each village so that everybody in the sound of the they're going to do that tomorrow, right? First Tuesday of the month?
Oh, the testing.
Yeah, the testing, 3:30 tomorrow. So imagine tomorrow when you hear the horns go off. Imagine how much time, Johnny, you're still there? How much time do we have before the warning?
Jeez.
And then the hypersonic missile?
We'll get the bug out bag and run.
Nah, shelter in place. That's why it's important that we have food here at the radio station. So don't eat it all when I bring it in. 9:35. Speaking of war, I don't know if this might end up being a happier subject. But I love learning about history. And there's a story in the news over the last couple of days about the Hagåtña restoration folks. They want to bring back a sense of place for Chamorros whose family backgrounds, and there's a lot of them, were in the downtown Hagåtña area prior to the Second World War. And so they kind of a barrio thing where we used to live. And do you know where the Cruzes lived in Hagåtña before the war, Joe?
What?
Do you know where they lived?
No.
Did they live
My family?
Yeah.
Oh, down by the Hagåtña Springs is what I heard.
Okay.
Down in the swamp area.
Okay, and just as you're going up Sinanja, right?
Yeah, you go up Sinanja, then you take a little road to the left, and it goes all the way down into the swamps.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the area. Yeah. There's no good makeout place. There's no good makeout places back there. So ours was actually in downtown Hagåtña. I know exactly where the Underwood family lived, and the exact spot of land. It's all mapped out, and they're talking about maybe doing something and trying to get all of the people to be able to identify where their family plot was back in the olden days and have a little bit more of a sense of place. That's an interesting conversation. And then the war came and changed everything, and we never changed back. And there's a lot of us that are somewhat, how do we want to say, students of the history of the war, as much as I can possibly be. So I've got all of Don Farrell's books and a ton of other stuff, obviously the Yokoi books. I think everybody around here has got some little bit of a Guam library, and obviously much of it is going to reflect the island in the retaking and the capture of the Second World War. There's a book out this month. It's called Guam, World War II Battle for Guam. I'm sorry, that's not the title. Guam, the Battle for an American Island in World War II. Author named James Hallis has written it. I've got a copy of the book on the way because you can get it at Amazon.com. First time I went looking for this story, it put me into a place where it was just a publisher, and it didn't have a whole lot of information about the book itself and then buying the book. But I was able to find it on Amazon. You can, too. Again, it's called Guam, the Battle for an American Island in World War II. I will note, though, for you, just kind of an interesting aside, is this will come in with a little bit of heft. The book is 600 pages long. That's a lot of war stories.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of war stories. And the guy's got a reputation, though, for, a lot of detail. And the more time that I spend reading, some particular books about Guam and Saipan, the more it's clear what an incredible recapture Guam was. 20 days of combat, 18,000 people died, mostly Japanese, and what is considered an important turning point in the war effort. Experience the harrowing invasion through the eyes of the Marines and the soldiers and the sailors who fought here. The devastating pre-invasion bombardment that pounded Japanese defenses for 13 straight days, destroyed the village of Hagåtña, the capital city. The bloody beach landings where frogmen teams led the way through murderous fire. The desperate Japanese counterattacks that sometimes inflicted 50% casualties on American units. These Marines got to be really, really good at detecting the scenarios that took place just prior to these banzai raids, including the sounds of these guys getting their hands on whatever alcohol they could get their hands on.
Ooh, yeah.
And drinking up and getting drunk for the battle with the Americans the next morning. Brutal combat through jungles, swamps, and cave networks in suffocating tropical heat. Can you imagine some of these cave networks?
The humidity.
And the bugs. But can you imagine some of these cave networks where they decided it was too risky to take try to get them out of the cave, so they just sealed them up. They're all over the place.
Wow.
I'm told that there's one under Adelup.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Which maybe explains why we need to move it back to again. Yeah. Anyway, 9:40 in the morning. Tell you what, we're going to grab a quick break here in the program and come back and entertain you for the remaining 20 minutes or so of the Ray Gibson Show.
Wendy's is back with a great meal deal. The 2 for $8 deal is the perfect way to satisfy both your hunger and your wallet. With this limited time offer, you don't have to compromise on flavor, quality, or savings. Whether you're tackling resolutions or you're treating yourself, Wendy's delivers double the delicious for less. Mix, match, and choose any 2 from the Dave's Single, Spicy, or Classic Chicken and 10-piece crispy or spicy nuggets. That's right. Pick any 2 for just $8 only at Wendy's.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Is that the noise that Christine Oliver refers to as unsing?
Yes.
There might actually be some unsing in there. Hey, Monday morning, Miss Tomorrow. Welcome to the month of March, which is the other interesting thing to point out. Oh, my God, it's March. As in January, February, March, the first quarter of 2025.
March Madness.
Is a third of the way done. How about
Wait,
that?
we got session coming up soon.
There
right?
is
the 17th.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a story. It's somewhere in the pile here of what the legislature was going to be up to. Something about mock session or like practice or something. That was the sense that I got from it. It was like a little bit of practice
for
deal.
the freshmen.
Yeah. But anyway, so this gives me time to go over some of the other paperwork that I've got in front of me that I haven't really had a chance to mumble about in the last couple of days. But if I don't do it today, it's not going to happen. Anybody going to be doing any traveling? There's more and more conversation about solo traveling now that I am seeing in some of the traveling press, and so I'm wondering out loud, as we will from time to time, you know how we're pretty good at sorting out the traffic coming from Japan and Korea. We know about office guys. We know about the office ladies that come out. They're salarymen, I guess, and office ladies that come out. Multi-generational travel. Which we definitely see a lot of with the South Koreans. We get husbands and wives coming out with each other. Plenty of those. We get plenty of and still a growing number. I think a significant number of travel that involves a husband and a pregnant wife, and in some cases a very pregnant wife. Gee, I wonder what that's all about, Donald Trump.
Sometimes the mother-in-law tags along.
Yes, I see a lot of that. I'm seeing a lot of mom and daughter trips that are going out there. So I'm wondering if there's something that we can do. I mean, maybe just have some guy. Are there any single guys over at GVB? Like, used to be Nampa guys, but went legit and now work at GVB?
They went good.
The reason I bring it up, is wait a second, Sharky's talking about something fun. The reason why I bring it up is because there's a whole lot more emphasis now on solo travelers. We talked about that last week. There's people just trying to do a YOLO trip. They want to hang out. They want to be able. They've gone someplace, but they don't necessarily want to go someplace with other people. They just want to look. I want to go and see if the surf legends of the Babes of Sirgao are true. Right? I mean, one of those.
Yeah,
I want to go.
Yeah.
I want to go and get a selfie. Just me
in a see-through boat at Boracay. All of the things that you see chasing around. I want to go and get a selfie.
Right there.
Just me in front of the pink building in Tumon. Actually, I have an infinity of those. I can't resist. I take a picture of myself there every day. But that's something that we got to figure out. How do we package Guam to solo travelers? Is there a possibility in our source markets that is a growing trend? How do we ensure that as they do their Google as solo travelers, that Guam pops up on the list? What do we got to offer for somebody that is just going to just come and relax on the beach? Now, I told you about a guy that was here on Guam. He was from Japan, all by himself, and he spoke very, very good English. I thought that was kind of incredible. And he came to Guam completely on his own, and he wanted to do that so that he could participate in having 2 New Years. So he came to Guam. He was going to leave Guam, go to Hawaii, and get there on New Year's Eve. You leave on Guam on New Year's Day, you get to Hawaii on New Year's Eve, and then you can have 2 New Year's celebrations. And I thought that was pretty cool. But it occurs to me now as I think about it that this kid I was talking to on the beach was a solo traveler. Are there other things that we can do there? Is there a special, like a solo traveler checklist of things to do? You know, like the Koreans have, like you got to go to Mighty Purple, you got to go to Emerald Valley down over at the port, you got to get your picture taken in front of the pink building, you got to eat at Mosa's at least once. You know, all of those kind of packages that they've gotten themselves into. Is there one that we can do purely for solos, or are there things that we need to create here on Guam for a solo traveler? What else are you looking for? Are you looking for love? Are you looking for attention?
Oh, hey.
What?
That's where we start.
Exactly.
Right there.
Exactly. The Buy Me Drinky Bar for solo women.
That will steal your heart like we stole everything else.
947. Sharky says, when I attended Adelup Elementary, oh my God, you're old. Just after Typhoon Karen, a bunch of my Anigua friends and I explored the caves. We found many artifacts and gathered them and took them to Mrs. Glenn at the Guam Museum at the old Plaza de España. In the old museum at Plaza de España. God,
that little
who doesn't
museum.
remember that woman?
I can smell that museum.
I saw, yeah.
That's weird, man.
Favorite exhibit? Did you have one? Among my favorites?
Yokoi.
No, before Yokoi. Somebody had built a Japanese Zero, a model of a Japanese Zero. And I'd always, in my mind, considered that to be the high point of model building, from an old Revell kit or something like that. I always thought that was cool. She was fun to get into. What's that? Jade Dewan says, those UOG salaries, though, wow. Saw that in one of the stories here where they're talking about we're out of money. We're going to be out of money in July. We need $5.7 million more for salaries. I don't know. Maybe the thing with Trump and Elon Musk starts to get into me here a little bit. We start thinking about some of these federal employees losing their jobs. Dave Duenas online a little bit earlier talking about these guys. We need to find ways that we can get them some kind of unemployment assistance and insurance like we had during the COVID times. And a couple of other guys, I think Johnny Utah in particular, said, No. They needed to put money aside, set some dough aside for a rainy day. With the average, remember I told you this last week, the average salary for a federal employee in the government of the United States of America is $92,000.
Jeez.
$92,000. That's the average salary. Now, obviously, you get closer to Washington, D.C., and the numbers multiply. Yeah. Pretty soon you're making GVB chairman money in the federal government of the United States of America. To the degree that those jobs are still needed and required, I suppose maybe there could be a call for some people with some serious skills earning that kind of money, just under 6 figures. On the other hand, you and I both know people that work in the federal government in one place or another. Is it possible that is this one of those, like they try to convince ourselves in the government of Guam, where we say, no, we have to do this. We don't want to lose any of our good people in the government of Guam to the private sector. Huh? When the hell does that happen? What the?
Yeah. I can see it now. Is everybody
look attractive to them?
Ask your public information officer, your PIO or your PAO.
Do we really have to work over there?
Yeah, which media company they came to work for first, and then got themselves enough notoriety and enough name recognition among some of the people they interviewed a dozen times to get themselves a good high-paying job in the government of the United States of America. Those seem to be the rules. Used to be the exceptions. I don't know. 10 away from the top of the. Who's on the phone now?
Bunker.
Hey, I know
He's
that
in
guy.
Ohio or Idaho.
He's in one of those states. We got people listening from all over the place. Linda Kostelny is checking in from Iwakuni, Japan. Now, the only thing I know about Iwakuni is that there used to be. Is there still a Dodea school there?
Oh, I don't know.
So when I was dating the cheerleader in high school, she was actually a dependent of the Navy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
she went to that school at one time?
Well, I think she went to that school at one time, but every once in a while they would have these things, these inter base competitions.
Yeah.
And so she was a cheerleader here, and then when the military would bring in the kids from the other schools, they would have cheerleaders from there. And I want to say that there were at the time a couple of lookers from Iwakuni.
Yeah.
It just sounds like
it's super hot.
Doesn't it sound like someplace where there would be hot chicks? Iwakuni, right? Anyway, 9:51 in the morning.
American-Japanese mix.
Sup, Bunker? How you doing?
For Dave, Joe, Donna D, and the entire island, no love lost for me, but I wanted to chime in about a monorail or a regular rail system going from the airport to every hotel around Odessa, and back to the airport. That will get tourists excited.
Let's do it.
And then hubs for taxis to pick them up at the hotel. Things of that nature. That's a pretty good idea. I think that will get people excited, but don't make an excuse about no money.
No. We'll have the federal government pay for it.
Yeah, they probably will, because they include their military servicemen can hop on that and go to the Guyana Shopping Center, come back, get on the bus back to the base. All of that and all of that. That's all good stuff.
Bro, find a way. There's got to be you might be onto something. I don't know about the cost of it. In Hawaii, they've taken care of that by charging the residents more taxes to support the bond payments that they've taken out, and I'm sure that they've factored in the corruption on there. So I'm sure they've got a multi-billion-dollar system. Of course, one of the other issues that we're going to run into is that we've made it so hard for the military to be able to build anything on Guam. I think it's also been it would hamstring our ability to build the infrastructure that we need for one of these rail systems. Somebody'd say, "Well, don't forget, you've got to do the environmental, you got to do the architectural, you've got to do the ancestral stuff."
EIS study.
Yeah. The whole thing.
Environmental impact study. Here's another point of environment, bro. Guam is a unique place, and unless they nuke you guys to death and the power shut off, you can get fish, pig, chicken, eggs, deer, cow, carabao, and from the farmers. It's the people who don't know how to do any of that you're going to struggle with first. So buy a lot of bullets.
Yeah. Well, that's the great equalizer, and I think people would faction themselves out. But immediately, we would see an almost immediate drop in the size of the population of the island of Guam, and that's just going to be everybody that's unhealthy right now that is lives or dies based on maintenance medication. They're not going to make it. A lot of the very, very heavy people are not going to be able to handle themselves sufficiently, and there's going to be people that just die from a heart attack because they had to walk home.
And then the ones that are popping off from the vaccines, there are several boosters. They won't even cover life insurance here if you had 3 vaccines.
What? What the hell?
Vaccinated 4 times, no life insurance coverage ever.
But wait a second. There's a lot of people that there were a lot of people that were required to take that for school. There's a lot of people that my daughter was required to get a booster shot before she could set foot on USF.
Right, but they should arrest those people that forced everybody to do it. I don't know what they're waiting for. Anyways, moving on.
Well, they need to arrest a lot of people.
Learn how to survive now before it's too late.
I hear you.
Teach that from school. You know what I mean? Not indoctrinate.
They should. Yes, I agree. Let's teach it in school. But
agnosticate, or all those big words.
I think some of the boys already know how to do that. If we're still talking about the same thing, 9:55.
Go to the South, bro, and get a lot of training down there.
I don't disagree. Or send somebody up north and hang out with the guys up in Luta and Tinian and learn what they've got to teach us about all of this. But
yes, and here's one more thing, bro. If the thing collapses, I'm going to hijack a boat and head back to Guam, bro, or somewhere down in the Pacific, because I'll survive over there. I won't have to freeze.
Yeah, you don't have to freeze.
I'll survive here either way, but I really want to come back to the tropics.
I don't want to live. I don't want to have to live someplace where it's possible that I could freeze to death overnight if I don't prepare for bed correctly. That's not the way I want to live.
I got that covered, but anyway.
All right.
Ponape is my target island, dude. I love that place.
Oh, Ponape is gorgeous.
Anyway, hey, thank you for your time, bro, and I appreciate it. You guys take care, and I'll look forward to tomorrow.
You got it, Monk. Esther, have a great day. 888-8255-888-TALK. Big Sister Shelley talking about single traveler draw Touré. People watching at any hotel lobby. The new location of Tenjido. Drive around with a legitimate map. Same as a walking around a Ganya map. And best nights and where to eat list for all 3 meals and a coffee. Someplace to go. If you're a solo traveler. So, I don't know. I like the Touré. What do we need? What do people need to know about Touré?
Cameras everywhere.
And also, one of we've got to find a way. We got to, the same way that the people at the legislature and some of the activists now are going crazy trying to give the military a hard time because the typhoon blew the tree down. The Nelsoni tree.
Special.
Yeah. So we got to do the same thing for the coconut tree in the back in the beach side of Touré. There are not too many of those that are out there that actually grow out and over. Bend. Yeah, over the beach.
Got a nice
and
bend
make sure that it's get rid of all of the rhinoceros beetles. 9:56 and change. Far from home online. MP Ogo saying Esta later be man, and I suppose we got to do that as well in the last minutes or so of the Ray Gibson show. On a Monday. It's a Biba Mess tomorrow, Monday. But this is the last, I don't even think it's the last full day. They're packed out, ready to go. Been staying in a hotel down Tumon Way for the last weekend of their life here on Guam. Dennis and his wife are going to be headed off to Italy.
Yeah.
Dennis and Vivian, taking off.
Take care, Vivian.
Yeah. Well,
never want to see you again, Dennis.
We have a thing. I have a thing. All of the good ones come back eventually.
Yeah, I hope so, man.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the B-man Dennis Larson, after building a life here on Guam, will vacation, will return to his roots every once in a while. The same way that a salmon swims upstream to where it was spawned. The same way that the turtle always returns to the beach where it was born, when it cracked the egg and took those first tentative steps towards the ocean, and the peril of being a little tasty creature in God's sea and still being able to survive all of that until you're old enough to make your own eggs for yourself. Oh my God, nature is wonderful.
We'll wait
isn't
for
it?
you, bro.
I don't know. Nature is scary. I saw one of these videos. They're starting to show up with a little bit more, frequency, and it was an eagle. I'm looking at the videos. This eagle flying around with something in its claws, and I look at it. It's like that's a baby mountain goat or something, and it goes up real high. I mean, real high. And then it drops the creature, drops that little mountain goat down until it falls to the ground from hundreds of feet up in the sky. Yeah. And dead and tenderized and still big enough. It's you don't think of eagle as being a big animal until you actually got one in front of you, and then the thing flies it to the nest. And the little baby eagles eat the rest of it. 9:58 and change. I'm going to leave it with this note. This might actually be meaningful to somebody getting on an airplane soon. But United Airlines, if they haven't yet, they will reopen the lounge at the Hong Kong airport. Yeah. Lounge closed during the pandemic and 5 years later has still not reopened. That's changing with the lounge scheduled to reopen later in the year. Live and Let's Fly asked United if it was targeting a specific opening date, but United responded that it does not have a specific timing to share at this point. I think I might have been in the United Club in Hong Kong once upon a time in my life. I think I snuck in with a big shot.
That's the only way I can
You
do it.
gotta
now.
get in there with a
Yeah,
big shot.
I'm not sure if I've got the right United credit card on me. I think I do, right? I think I might have one. Oh, no, I do. It gives, but I can only use
Miles. You get miles.
No, they give you a certain number of passes that you can use a year. Yeah, so you can go right through those if you're not careful. Yeah, it's always better to try to big shot your way in. So always fly with big shots. I got to break out of here. Had a fantastic Monday morning, and I hope you have a great holiday day ahead of you as well. For Real Joe and Donna D and Jerry Roberts, and don't forget tomorrow a Tall Tales cameo with Bob Klitsky. For everybody here in the morning show, thanks so much for listening. I'll catch you on a Tuesday morning. Stand by. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Behind Ukraine, I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. Ukraine's president attended a peace summit in the UK today after his explosive Oval Office meeting with President